Yo, yo, yo. Yup. Time for day 3 Tiphera. Or more specifically, actually day 2. Because we didn't do anything yesterday, at least in the form of like streams, right? So, yeah. Welcome, welcome. It's gonna be a very pleasant time. I can already smell all the divines we're about to get. The team we're going to play is probably going to be Orlea 9 Tiphera. And divine-wise, I'll be looking out for specifically Orlea and Tiphera, with the idea of mainly trying to build like another deck that we don't have yet, and also definitely working on refining the retain version. So that's the plan for today. So who do we have here already? Yo, Emeran, Cutie Kitty Cat, Thomas VZ60R, Jack Nakasano, Andre Dube, Sir Kowalski, Vadur, Elysis, J. Dury Mary, Chop Sensei, Kravecki, Eldris, Hasona Hayasoni, Ron 1986, Kitsagi 666. Welcome, welcome. And also, I took it upon myself to nominate Emeran and Andrew Dube as moderators, because I don't know, I feel like I've seen them quite a lot in the chat, and yeah, who knows, we just gotta protect ourselves for the future, right? So yay, we have mods now. Woo! Progress. Jade of Embers, what's up, what's up? Say Schelling, Zarocco, Einstein, MHFK. Hey, yeah, Vadur. I've seen you, Did I miss the name? I mean, it's hard to miss with the check mark. Big flex. Rin in, Diego Pinion. Yeah, good stuff. So, the idea here. Hey, oops. Good morning from the US. Appreciate it. Good morning to you as well. You were saluting at the mods? Ah, makes sense, makes sense, makes sense. So, what about her? Huh? What about her? Supposed Order Vanguard, if you can believe it. Supposedly Order Vanguard. What about Big Hand Lady, right? What's going on with Big Hand Lady? Why is she right there on the homepage, on the front page, and just doing whatever the hell she's doing, right? So we have, I mean, who do we have here, right? We have Naja, who we got. We have Rin, we have Tressa, we have Renoa, we have Luke. And then, yeah, this should be Euphemia, I think. That is her name. Triple or nah. I mean, maybe the off season, but that'd be kinda weird, right? So, here we go. Let's have a quick look at her. Right here. So, the reason why I like to refer to her as Big Hand Lady is, I mean, it should be pretty obvious, right? She has ginormously proportioned hands. And that is clearly the only thing that's out of proportion, and I don't want to hear otherwise. So, her character model definitely needs a lot more refinement. But yeah, as you can see, her cards have that green border, meaning that if she were to in fact be released, she should be another order unit. She's looking just as, I mean, the card frames unfortunately disagree, right? The card frames do disagree. Then again, this might also all just be pre-launch shenanigans, because she's been on this website since forever, and we might just get her entirely different at another point in time, right? You wanna know what her hands do? She can use them as a shield. So what she's going to do is she's going to create another shield gauge called the hand bar. So you can like now heal, shield, and hand shield, and then mega survivability. With how Rift is at the moment, could be another instinct. E for everyone. True. Because she can capture everyone that is alive as of this moment with her hands. And it wouldn't even stretch it. But no, obviously this is pure speculation. We don't know what she does, but she does have a card called Defensive Module. But yeah, I don't know. Will we see her in the off season? Will we see her at all? Will she be part of season 3? Nobody really knows. Nobody really knows. Yeah, and also she has apparently like electric tentacles or something. I mean, look at this. This card is called Tentacle Supply. This thing kind of comes out of her lower back. I don't know what she's doing. She is a mystery. She is a mystery. It would be kind of interesting though if she were very petite and this is just like an inflated bodysuit that she's just compensating for, I don't know. But who knows? Who knows? She freaky? Yeah. I mean, Naja also got a little like slight character shift before she got released and whatnot. So we just have to see. We just have to see. Nothing's fixed. You hope she's a limited, just so you can justifiably pull for her without people calling you weird? Is that the idea here? Ah, look, see, I didn't have a choice. I didn't have a choice. I didn't have a choice, she's limited. It's not me, it's the game, man. But yeah, did you see that? 1,000 season upgrade points. Just like that, that's 10 runs worth of upgrade points in my lap. Easy. Refinement equipment refresh count from level 0 to level 2. Nice. Alright, let's see. Maybe we can even unlock another fate. Germination. Sure. Whatever that does. I wouldn't know. But damn. A mail. Look. A special surprise has arrived. To make your experience with the new environment to update more enjoyable. Here, look. Take 1,000. Like, that should be in your mail as well. It was just... I don't think it was announced anywhere. It's like... It's just there. Am I hacking? I don't think so. But 1,000 points is a lot. That's on average between 5 to like 7 runs. Tenebria, that's Epic 7. It's, so you know Kayron, right? You know Kayron. You know how Kayron is in the game and he's also featured in Epic 7. Tenebria is the same. Tenebria is also Epic 7 before and supposed to have been leaked during the like big leak wave we had around launch of the game. Then again, let me caution you. Out of everything that's been leaked, everything was wrong at some point. They gave Yuki a card that was meant to add 20 hits to any card of your choice. Right? Like, at this point, trusting leaks is pretty much still at an all-time low, and also there hasn't been any changes to them. So take it not just with a grain, but with a truckload of salt. And yeah, that's the best way to approach that entire situation. They added CZ and Kayron to Epic 7? Maybe they did. Sneeze? Come on. Do I need to... It's this annoying phase where you feel like you have to, but then you don't, and then you think you're done, and then it's going to come back like 30 seconds later, like a force of nature. But for now we've survived. We've survived the sneeze attack, and yeah. Let's go in right here. When that happens, you look at the light. I mean, I have light here, so that should be fine. Hey, the Lucky Faye, what's up, what's up, welcome. Appreciate you tuning in. So, game plan is simple. We take ourselves a tier 15 map. We go in, we take the 3 first fights are easier at 1 HP. And then we go to the first boss, see what we have, redo the thing if we don't like what we have. Have I done Great Rift yet? No, not yet. If you look at it, we haven't even played the story yet to unlock Great Rift. I usually like to first get myself familiar enough with the character, build out some of my decks, give it like 3 to 4, maybe 5 days, and that's the only real time when I truly start caring about it a lot. So we have discard 1, 50 max HP, cannot rest, 30%. And I kind of want to bring both Orlea and Tiphera, because there is a chance that we get a good Orlea card. What I'm specifically looking for would be on Orlea the selection retain. The retain selection card with 1 draw. That'd be great. But that's like a side goal. As a new player, should I just do complete runs so I can get 0 system resources upgrades ASAP? If you're really looking to do them ASAP, quitting before the first boss is actually, or quitting after the first boss is actually faster. And that is because in its entirety, if you do not care about save data, and you just want to get the upgrades to the systems as fast as possible, then the quickest you can do is you go in, you pick up this node, that every single time that reduces 3 fights to 1 HP, you fight yourself to the first boss, kill the first boss, out, back in. Keep in mind it's very repetitive, you're not going to walk away with any crazy decks, but what I do encourage you to do is, if you do this, just to get currency, every time you get like a good divine, just play the run to its end. What's the best teammate for 9 plus Tiphera? Would Orlea or Veronica be better? You mean like inside of a chaos or outside of a chaos? Because inside of a chaos I actually prefer Serenial if possible. Like if I can, I'm just giving myself Serenial for that extra security if the game decides to discard or in other ways make my Hue useless. Outside of the chaos, I don't know, Tiphera 9 Ray was working really well for me. Tiphera 9 Veronica should be a no-brainer. Anything with a little bit more of like access to draw is always quite good. And yeah, should be treated as something quite valuable. Just check the tier list. What happened to Tressa LMAO? On Prywin? I don't know. Because I don't think I've yet to publish my own ratings. Haha. See, my number one advice whenever... Hey, Fury Gloss, what's up, what's up? My number one advice is always attack these guys. Don't care about what they tell you. Don't care about what they say. They are poachers. They are here without allowance. And they usually give the best rewards if you just kill them. So don't think too much about it whenever you see any of these warriors, especially if they have like this like credit-esque symbol around them. Just murder them. There we go, 140 credits. We didn't even have to do anything. Do a tier list for the LOLs? I mean, it would be a lot more complex. But I feel like you gotta give me... How long would you give me for me to like fully do that stuff? Give me like a week. Exactly, they're stealing the looties and they're or the loos or however you call them. It's very disgusting and they need to be punished. Yep. Ruthless? No, they're evil. See, I'm actually in the rock. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, coulda, shoulda, woulda been. Unfortunately, it's coulda, woulda, shoulda, nothing. But there was a chance. Always murder poachers. Does this apply in real life? Oof. Very much depends on the circumstances and what the poachers are poaching. Like, if they're poaching children, then you might as well, you know. But also, it obviously depends on where you live as well. That's very important. Do cooperate with law enforcement when it comes to any extreme decisions. How do you get 4 copies in your deck? First boss, copy event after the first boss, and then second boss. the way you make it easier is by unlocking and fully upgrading the Zero System upgrades. And then there's a little bit of getting lucky, but usually you should be able to find either the self-replicating parade or the burning life event in the interior, which is what allows you to copy. When you do runs for save data, do you go all in for the single character, or do you kind of scout out what you get before committing? By the first boss. By the time you enter the fight of the first boss, that is when you need to be sure of who you're building. At least if you're doing a copy deck. If you're building a character's deck and you're not looking for copies, obviously then it doesn't make too much of a difference. But in general, do make sure that by the time you arrive at the first boss, you already know who you're going to build. Because that's where you do your first copy. And copying the wrong thing or copying something that's not epiphany or the like, it just creates way too much hassle. Yeah, let's just continue here. A lot of times you at least get one copy event. There is only one, right? Oh, that's what he meant. Oh, yeah, no, that's impossible. Oh, yeah, see, 4 copies I expected the usual of like having a card and then 3 duplicates. See, I don't know why the devs added this. I feel like they're just playing with us. There is no way to go to 4 copies. Like, there is a save data calculation rule on how it's going to add a further 40 points if you do it, but there is no way to do it. So, yeah. Why does this even exist? I do not know. Event Horizon should be... Event Horizon is 1 cost. Event Horizon is 1 cost. And that's because it always gives you 1 AP, regardless of how the rolls go. If Event Horizon was 1 cost, that would mean Event Horizon would be a 0 cost card, and that would make it probably almost definitively the strongest card in the game, because it would be at base 0 cost 1 draw damage buff, going up to a hypothetical 3 AP gain or 4 draw or a big damage buff. Like, it's fine where it's at. Event Horizon already having 1 draw, 1 AP and damage buff, effectively making it a 1 cost card, is already pretty good. Any tips to hunt divines for Tiphera? Yes, do not play entire runs. Do not play entire runs, play runs only until the first boss. And specifically what you are hunting for is the tree. It's the tree event. I feel like you have, honestly, like a 80 to 90% encounter rate for the tree. So make sure you play the first phase. Make sure you go to as many question marks as possible during the first phase. Yeah, let's just go with this one for now. And yeah, well, I don't even know the full name of it, but usually you find it you usually find it 2 or 1 tile away from the boss. So I would expect if we were to get the event, it's going to be somewhere in those 3. After checkpoint. I might have seen it 1 time before the checkpoint, but usually this thing only happens after the checkpoint. Also, can we find a different acronym, a different sortage for checkpoint? I think that would do all of us a favor, right? Because you never know, right? The internet is a weird place, and yeah. I just call it the waypoint. Just make it like WP or something. I don't know. The deck I'm struggling to build is the Malin OTK. I mean, whatever character you're building, and then preferably you want their card to not epiphany when you get to the Divine Tree event, so that you can just select that card. And yeah, I mean, with the re-epiphanies and such, building a good Malin move plus Malin hit count Dragonspire should be pretty easy. But keep in mind, if you're referring to my Malin OTK, that thing's ages old. There's now even more tech, even more stuff to it. Specifically the herb. Specifically the shield herb is a core part of one turn kill. Yeah, is a core part of one turn kill Malin now. Is it possible for one character to get all Divine Epiphany cards in one run? Yes, why not? It's just, if you also copy those cards, you won't be able to keep them. But yeah, you can get a character that has every single card Divine, yeah. I assume if you get the wrong Epiphany at the start, you just reset? No. You go to the meditation stations. Like, you've already done the time, you already went into the fight, you already have it epiphanied. So you make use of meditation to see if maybe you can meditate it still into the right epiphany. And then, if you on your last meditate don't get it and arrive at the first boss, that is the stopping point. Yeah. Like, no need to restart the run that early. At least just check out the meditations. It's also going to give you seasonal points. So it just seems like a good idea. Should I use Distortion Adaptation? Honestly, yes. Like, especially if you have your characters level 60 already, the only thing it does for you is upgrade that character's potential to the max. So, yeah, there really isn't any drawbacks to it. I'm assuming you're setting at the start to give the Spore for shield, yeah? That's pretty specific, right? You can just use the training. You can just use the season shop to just buy the herb item for Malin. Like, the more important part is that you get the herb and that it gets divine. Because the herb has the ability to trigger any divines you have on it upwards of 3 times. Because of the way that it, like, retains and retrieves and comes back to your hand. I guess Hue Extreme time. If I were to send a few stickers I made in general chat, could you add them? Yeah, sure. But what you could also do is send them to me as a DM. Because that means I need to search for them less. And it's, right, they're just harder to miss, which is a good thing. Does cutting cards from another character affect in any ways the copy choice you get for the character you're trying to build? If you do not have the final upgrade, like the final upgrade in the zero system, then yes, it does. Right? If you're still working on get 1 out of 3 on any character, on any cards you have, then yes. Cutting out cards and keeping in unique cards is the way to go. But so long as you go into your zero system, into the upgrade tab, and you just reset your points and you just invest everything into the last category to get this selective selection, then no, it doesn't make any difference whatsoever. And it's also quite important for you to do that, and that is because you'll be able to increase damage amount of extra attacks, okay? So what I wanted to say, what I meant to say is also it's quite important for you to do that, and that means you can pick up more items, pick up more neutral cards for your teammates to make sure you have a higher success chance on your runs. What's the best hue for the event boss and Rift? For the event boss, it's Extreme. For the Rift, it seems to be Massacre. Because the idea there is you only need 1 hue to break the arms, and then you can use the hue to focus on the head. I still haven't played enough around with it yet, but I kind of feel like we should be able to get something done with the extreme version still. But again, I haven't haven't really ran it yet that much. Okay, drawing attack card, whatever, refresh. Sure. At the start of battle, draw 1 exhaust card of this unit. I wonder, does this happen before or after they discard our hue? I wonder, does this happen before or after? I do not know. The one thing I really don't like about the season, I feel I never get any meaningful equipment before the boss or equipment at all in some cases. Most of the equipment comes from like Cthulhu, right? Like most of the banger pieces come from Cthulhu, and the other ones, like for example, you can, especially on any support that you want to run with 9, you can force yourself the quest line. So you see these like weapons that he has and such, like the sword, the lyre, the bell. If you have any of those, you'll be able to trade them in for a mythic item in the interior. And then, yeah, I don't know, the biggest items is kind of getting lucky, right? Like the 6% crit chance chest piece, the 12% crit damage weapon. Most of the equipment power really would come from arena perks this season. Any tips for stress management? There is some items. There are some items you can think of, like for example the doll, which reduces stress. Cthulhu is really good at reducing stress. Like Cthulhu, some of the Cthulhu items. Otherwise, it's just about healing, right? It's just about healing. The more you heal, the more you reduce stress. The bigger the healing, the bigger the stress reduction. And also, I guess if stress is like a big problem, try not to play maps with cannot rest. Though I feel like 99% of maps that you play on difficulty 15 do include cannot rest, making this a little bit of a mute point. Is Mika still viable in the big 2026? As viable as she always was. If you want to make a godly Mika, then you find yourself 4 copies of the card that's 2 cost, that reduces itself in cost when you, let's have a look. Let's pick the 2-1 for now. So, yeah, you find yourself the 2 cost AP that reduces in, yeah, the 1 cost give 2 that reduces in cost on recover, and then you find yourself a draw divine, and all of a sudden things are kind of disgusting. Yeah, Cthulhu items reduce stress, and also the upgrade, right? The upgrade in the upgrade tree reduces your stress by 10 after beating Cthulhu. Something I find a bit weird and a bit awkward about Tiphera though is you don't really make all too many archetypes. So most of the time whenever you draw your fancy, draw an archetype card, usually nothing really happens, right? Usually nothing really happens. Is there a point to us doing anything here? I don't think so. Reduce 10 takes 50. It depends on how long it takes you to defeat him, right? But yeah, honestly, Cthulhu with increased attack and health is pretty darn dangerous. I agree. Alright, let's make sure we get those out of our deck. Just so that we have a higher chance of getting something useful. Do I expect to beat him next turn? Or do I just keep myself the heal? I probably keep myself the heal and then just use it next turn just in case we don't beat him. Wise decision. Very wise decision. Now, do we keep it for one additional turn? That I don't know. Also, he isn't even attacking us, so we kind of a waste. Healing? Disgusting. Since when are monsters allowed to heal? Only I'm allowed to heal. At least we should get a big heal here. Draw some cards. Awesome. You know, one of these days he's gonna die. There we go. Just as I planned it to be. Good day, is the next unit Rita, or do you have any theory speculating on her? Ooh, you know what? Should I spoil it already? I have a theory and none of you are going to like it. I have a theory on what Rita could do, and I don't know if any of you are going to like it. But yeah, I thought maybe I should share it as like a quick 60-second video. But let's have a look. So this is her, right? Now let me tell you a few things. 9 herself has very minor green accents on her character, and that was what made her order. What Rita has is blue accents, which means she might end up being justice. And now the biggest issue is, you see this? Does this symbol tell you anything? What does this look like? Have you ever seen this in game? Anywhere? What could this symbol be? It's pretty obvious if you actually look a bit deeper into it. Yep, exactly. Look at the controller symbol, right? Let's make it a bit bigger. So yeah, we we might just get another controller. Like, let's see, can I flip this? Can I turn this? But I mean, you should be able to see the similarities, right? Imagine this being the circle around it. Right? Imagine this being the circle, and then look, you have the white dot, you have the dot in the middle, and then you have one ring and another ring. Here you have one ring and another ring. Right? So she might just end up being something like a justice controller, which would be very much something. Right, just gotta make sure we resize things properly again. No white bars. There we go. Yeah, so that was an excursion. The Mika killer, who knows, who knows. We went from no supports to maybe too many. Yep, okay. With my God-given psychic powers, where do I feel the biggest disturbance in the force to help me find the divine event? Okay, I think I just got my divine intervention. Yep, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. So, we found the copy event. We also found the select trigger. divine bullshit. Yep. Alright. I would like to get the dagger that tricked the shadow, but it's obviously time to get another banger Tiphera divine epiphany. So, let me actually explain to you that there's quite a few good variants that are somewhat easy to get. Like, for example, the gamble card can only get the AP. The retain card could only get the cost reduction, and I think maybe healing. The select epiphany can only get AP, I believe, nothing else. So yeah, there's some pretty interesting ones. Let's have a look. Yeah. So this thing is the only divine you can get. Like, this quantum seed cannot get a different divine. This quantum seed in the middle here should only be able to get 0 cost. Yeah, I think this one is the only thing you can get here. And this one should also only be able to get 0 cost. See, the reason why it cannot get draw is there is actually a sub-rule in the game. They never tell it to you, and you wouldn't ever know it, but if a card mentions draw on its card effect already, you cannot get draw anymore. Which means the only card that can get draw divine is the select divine, and that is because the select does not mention the act of drawing what you select. And if a card does not have any heal percentage, it obviously cannot get any heal. What about Naja's card? See, Naja's card is because we're taking the base card, giving it a draw neutral, and then a draw divine. But that wouldn't work because the base card of Quantum Seed already features the act of drawing. So yeah, Vericon Repose can have draw 1 divine, I know, but that's because it's not considered drawing, because the act of drawing in that case is specific to non-Veronica cards. Like, this is the only exception to it. That is the draw Repose that draws 2, that can get the divine to draw 1 more. But that's the only exception to that rule. Whenever a card mentions draw in any form in their base text, you cannot get a draw divine. Right? That's how this entire thing really works. Yeah, exactly. It's because of the fact that she's like drawing a specific way. Like, if this see, I'm a bit hopeful that maybe Rin could get it as well, because Rin is only drawing Rin cards, but I doubt it. Does Serenity benefit most from crit rate, damage, and attack? Yeah. Crit rate, instinct, damage, and an attack percentage. You've had two draw in 1 card before? Yes, but that's because the base text of the card does not mention draw. Here, let me show you an image so you know what I mean and how this entire thing actually works together. So, right here, we have voluntary control. Voluntary control itself, look at the text. There's no mention of any draw in there, right? Oh, and also, attack cards cannot get draw unless they are high cost and from a specific faction. Like, only Rangers, Hunters, and I think a third one with high cost attack cards can get draw. Low cost cards can't get draw. Like, for example, you will never find a draw epiphany on a homing laser. But yeah, look, this one doesn't mention any draw, which means you can get the draw divine, and what you can also get is the draw neutral, giving you a 2 draw 1 cost 6 veracity gain, right? The reason why this works is because it does not mention draw in its description. Yeah. I think this epiphany here is actually the best one for the Great Rift. I'm still not entirely sure why though. If I don't have Olea, should I avoid retain epiphany on Tiphera? No, she retains herself. Like, the retain idea has nothing to do with Olea. It's specifically her interaction between her two cards. She has two cards, and these two cards together make up the synergy entirely on their own. So, also, alright, let's first get ourselves an additional card here. Yep, nice. Gaining 1 AP here. Healing ourselves. Alright. How can it be busted at Great Rift? Still confusing. Yeah, exactly. I'm not entirely sure what makes the Gamble Epiphany the supreme choice. But what is important is that the Gamble Epiphany itself has inherent draw. Like, what makes this Epiphany so good? Even though it might not look like much, what makes this Epiphany inherently so strong is the fact that this is draw 1. Whereas every other Quantum Seed draws archetypes, this Quantum Seed, at the minimum, replaces itself. At the minimum, it replaces itself. And, yeah. No, I don't even think you can properly cheat from time reverse. Or not even that useful. But I'll actually show you a way on how you can use the gamble efficiency to its max potential. There's a very specific thing that you always need to bet on to get the most effect of the Gamble Epiphany. What does this do? Defense-based damage plus 30. Is that by 30 or plus 30? Right? I mean, like, what you mean plus 30? Peh. You have this card too. What's the best build around it? Exactly. That's what I'm kind of like trying to think about right now. Let's first start cleaning some cards out, because we have to do that no matter what. You know, I really like the Gamble Epiphany together with the Creation and Destruction 9 cost, but I already have that build, which means if I wanted to make a good deck out of this, I try to get something else instead. So we have the Quantum Seed and we have the Gamble form of conversions, which is fine. Like, these two, they go together okay. I don't know, we even have a good dual creation. Yeah, the only question is, do we just cut Creation and Destruction? Do we turn it into the 0 cost version? Or do we keep the 9 cost mega hit version for funsies? Alright, let's buy ourselves the chest for protection. There was a very long-lived chest and a very wise purchase. Very proud of myself. Very proud of myself for that one. And that is why usually I would recommend putting that chest piece on the character that you're not building. Why did I not follow my own advice? I do not know, but this should have gone onto Olea, which would have allowed us to keep it and the armor piece. But hey, it is what it is. So, meditation. Do I want to meditate and change any of the cards we have right here? Maybe we want to get the 4 draw. Yeah, I think we want to get the 4 draw 1 exhaust. I think that's what we want to get. Come on, 4 draw 1 exhaust. Make it happen. Not quite. Draw 2 double with morale. Change all into a different card. Draw 1. I think we'll just retry it again. I'm probably on my 30th chaos run. Getting epiphanies is now hell. Honestly, I think this entire thing is way more relaxing than ever before. And that is because what you'll find, if you look at other people and what kind of decks they have when they have divine decks, you will always, in like 90% of cases, see them have the sacred symbol. And that is because you're always guaranteed to get the sacred divine from the Mind of the World tree event. And that should be the main way for you to reliably get your hands on like a dedicated divine or like a good shot at one. So, what we also found out, this buff. At the start of battle, draw 1 exhaust card of this unit actually triggers before the card gets discarded, unfortunately. So we can't use this to counter the Hue Steel issue. But what we can do is we can use the EP skill redraw feature to find ourselves Tiana. And then use Tiana as our main counter and just get this garbage back. Which is a little unfortunate, but at least the next time we trigger an ego skill, we should in theory see a Hue. There we go. Hue is now back in our hand to be discarded next turn. Let's see. Nope, it discarded something else. Awesome. Okay. Now, get your brain cells ready, because this is going to be a little complicated, okay? So, Quantum Seed draws us 1, wants us to predict, and if we're right, we create everything. Usually you'd be like, okay, I just pick whatever the hell I want, and I'll be fine. But there's actually a specific card you want to pick every single time to make this better. So, what we are picking is we are always picking square. The reason for that is if we get a circle, we get value. If we get a triangle, we get value. If we get a square, we get draw 1 archetype. But if we get a square and we have nothing to draw, it's pointless. Which is why it's of utmost importance that you always bet on square. Meaning that even if you do get a square, you get the bonus triangle, bonus circle. Right? So the idea here is if you get a triangle, you're happy. If you get a circle, you're happy. If you get a square, you're sad. But if you bet on square, you can never lose. We smart like that. Whoa. So yeah, always bet on square and you can never lose. Right? Like, look, we either get a damage buff, we either get AP, or we get the ability to get everything and also draw one of them. The house never loses. I don't know. So yeah, the gamble epiphany isn't as terrible as it might seem on first look. Yeah. It's 1 in 3, but always bet on square. Yes. Who is the best person to sync this season? Okay, we need a character that would be at its full potential at level 55. Somebody that you might have not built already. Somebody with a phenomenal impact to your account. Let's use those brain cells. Let's start thinking. Just build whoever. Like, honestly, just build whoever you want, but if you haven't yet, you should just sink a Magna. You should just sink a Magna and have some fun. You should just sink a Magna and have some fun, and the reason for that is Magna is based on her counters. Her counters aren't based on her unique cards, and due to the unique cards only being upgraded to 6 out of 10, she gains maximum value from the fact that her other 2 talents are maxed out instead. So I don't know, I'd probably say, I don't know, somebody like a Magna. The sync system doesn't affect the memory frags, right? So does it even matter? It's free upgrades. It's you save yourself the need for resources to level them up to 55 and max out their potential. Now, real one sync Owen. I might have that need to do that as well. I don't know. I'm unsure. We'll have to see. Okay. So somebody asked why would we do the draw 4, right? So Cyanogen. Why the draw 4, by the way? Since your Quantum Seed is only create 1 and Event Horizon always ready draws enough and Partner 2, I feel like we don't make enough archetypes to draw all 4. See, that is where it comes in with the fact that if we win, right? If we win at the gamble, we do get some more archetypes. And even with us betting on square and then drawing out 1, that still leaves one of them in the pile. And do not forget about dual creation. It is always easy to lose track of it, but dual creation, when 2 archetypes are created, meaning we gamble twice and fail, or we gamble just 1 time and win, we get an identical card. So dual creation actually starts giving us more and more hypothetical archetypes, right? Booyah! I thought she was I really thought she was going to say something else, starting it with a H-E-N with that pronunciation, but it turned out to just be a humph. Okay, but oh well, let's get a copy in. Oh, this is tempting. See, something I was a bit unhappy with was that I didn't get the Veiled Thorn. That I didn't get the Veiled Thorn on my Gamba 9 cost big damage deck. So, okay people, if we by chance, somehow, some way, end up with a Divine Creation and Destruction with damage boost 30 on the 9 cost, we'll build the same deck again we had before. If we by some miracle end up in that situation somehow, then yeah, we're going to do it again. How to build Tiphera for Yuki? Honestly, pick the Mega AP build or pick the Retain Sin build, and you should be just fine. You could also pick the Gamba build. All of them should be alright, and that's because they all just boost the damage of the next attack card used, while also giving you AP. And yeah, that's just pretty much that. That's all you entirely need for your Yuki. And then for your Yuki, you probably want the you know the Flash Slash that is big damage, like the Flash Slash with the high base damage but only 1 hit at 1 cost. That should be the one that benefits the most. At least because it also has inspiration. What you could try would be the one with like big base damage that increases its damage every time you draw a card of her. I guess that could work as well, but I'm not as sure about that one. Draw 1 card each time an ego skill is used might just save her ass. Early in the runs, do you pick cut card events or random epiphanies usually? I usually do epiphanies. Like, it's a force of habit, but when I have a choice between adding in lumens, between getting gear, I usually pick epiphanies and just put them on the character I'm building with the intent to just get the epiphanies out nice and early. Especially if you're looking to get a divine on a card that is either that is the gold rarity. That is where it becomes important, right? If you want a divine on a card that's gold rarity, or for some reason you want to copy a card that is purple, then getting the epiphanies on one character, getting those cards early, helps quite a lot. Huh? Right now, what planet is good to get a lot of divine epiphany cards? Are you talking about a lot, or are you talking about getting it dedicated? Because I see, if you wanted the most optimal planet, you would probably do Lab 0 and then the Forbidden Tunnel. The problem is you cannot use that save data in the season content, so just play the seasonal planet. Like, I think the seasonal planet with the Mind of the World Tree event, out of all the planets in existence, is your best bet at getting a divine. And that is because you can also pick the card you want to divine. You can also pick which card is the one that you want to upgrade, meaning that every time you get the select event, every time you get the select event, there is that real chance to get what you're looking for. Just curious, between a plus 30 defense based boost or plus 25% attack card, which would you pick? See, that's the problem. Is it actually plus 30? Or is it by 30? Right? Like, there's unfortunately a few mistranslations, again, going around with the, come on, stove. Okay, I just take the fast link. Come on. Why is that even a thing? Like, why is there an error? Okay, it's fixed. Great. Hey, there's no stove link anymore. How do I find stove then? Fuck. Like, here. Usually I use this stove thing to like get to stove, but I guess we're not doing that. Okay. Let's have a look. History, come on. And we just scroll a bit. Surely I visited. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so. Let's scroll. Where are the upgraded upgrades? No. This one. So it is plus 30. So what I meant with this is, it currently in-game says plus 30% damage amount of 1 cost or higher cards, not 1 cost or lower cards as it should be. And it also should say plus extra damage, not by extra. Oh no, the disaster. Yeah, I wonder if this is additive or multiplicative. If it's multiplicative, it's a lot more valuable. Yeah. It's plus 30. Yeah, then I mean, who would you use that on? Who's a defense-based character with low multipliers? Naja, right? Naja's, like, hand card attack thing should be a defense-based card with multi-hit, rather low-ish multipliers. Oh yeah, for counters, very true. The plus 30 is actually pretty huge for people that counter. Yeah. Yep. Okay, looks like we're taking the arena. I'm not entirely sure why. Wait, or is there a chance I die against the boss? Because if I do, then that wouldn't be too great. Yeah, me dying against the boss would be a little unfortunate. We could also just go into the arena normally. Then again, is there even a point to me going into the arena in the interior? We're not really looking for any perks. Can't really think of many perks that we'd be aiming for. Damn, Orlea with the 1000. Any tips for defeating the hidden boss? Ooh, I gotta be honest with you here. For me, it was mostly just go in, hit him with big damage, kill him nice and early. Nothing particularly like super tactically advanced. Though... I don't know, what people are doing is they're hitting the debuff hand first, instead of the attack one. Alright, multiplying life form, what do we have here? More credits. Is the Chrononomicon monthly package worth it? I don't have anything in my mind to put to that name. If you want to, you can ping me on the Discord real quick in the general flex, help, any other chat. You know what? Should I actually make a dedicated channel where you can just post questions for the stream? That might just be easier and maybe a little less confusing. Stream. Okay. Let me just pick a... Just pick an emoji. There we go. Okay. Alright, so for any of these like questions that require me to like look at something that I can't recall from the top of my head, for you specifically wanting to show me a deck and such, Discord, just get yourself the CZN roll if you're not there already, and then stream questions, and then just go in there and then just, you know, add WG, there you go, and then I'll be able to instantly find it. Bada bing, bada boom. And yes, I just pinged myself for the love of the game. Okay, let's have a look. We do the vulnerable. Should be fine. Spores and Tiphera worth it? No. I don't think so. Like, for example, if you want to run her with the support set, she can on her own entirely make sure that she triggers the support effect set without needing spores to trigger it for her. Yeah, I don't know. I can't really think of much of a reason why you would want to get spores on her. And then again, what you could try is get the retain quantum seed, but not get a retain form conversions, like a non-retain effect one, so that the retain quantum seed would always give you 2 copies of the spores. I don't know if that's useful, and keep in mind it's gonna cost you 20 save data, but it's out there. Yep, just lost your AP laser to the boss. Yeah, I don't know, Serenia, especially Serenia as a carry against the guy. Doesn't he take like less hits and under like multiple effects if you hit him multiple times? Yeah, the boss is deadly. He really is. Heads up, the Chronomicon monthly package, just a premium monthly crystal supply that the game offers, by the way. Oh, that thing is hella worth it. If you don't get yourself the crystals every... What is the best pizza topping? There you go. Alright. So, yeah, that one's hella worth it. It's big gems for little monies. Outside of more safety, is there anything else to farm in tier 15? No, but in a hypothetical world, there might be higher epiphany base rates in that difficulty. But no, in general, if you don't need the extra save data cap, you can absolutely play an easier map. How mental breakdown after the chaos run unit get breakdown you need to fix happen? Is there a reason for that to happen or is it random? Usually when your character for the first time in the day breaks down during a chaos run, they have a very high likelihood of breaking down fully at the end of the run. But if a character already broke down at the end of a run and you heal them, they cannot break down for the remainder of the day. Okay, draw 4, select and exhaust. Not bad. Have you seen Renault at phase 1 Grave Drift? How are my thoughts on that? I mean, there's a multitude of characters that can beat the boss. And I like the fact that Renault is now again able to shine a bit more and do a little bit of good old domination. So yeah, I like it. Big fan. Good stuff. Now, do we do the arena? Like, do we do the hidden boss? Is it worth the risk? I mean, what do we get? So we fight this guy right here. And let's say we do end up beating him. We get a piece of arena gear, a refinement, and the mythic sword. I don't know. We might just be better off taking the 2 fights instead. If you use Glory Rain on 2 combatants, honestly, I cannot give you a conclusive answer on that yet. Yesterday, no, I think 2 days ago we had, 2 days ago we had one guy saying they do in fact stack, and then there was another guy saying they do in fact not stack. So, what exactly is the truth? What's the lie? I don't know. I should have played the card. I always tend to forget that if you're in an unidentified area fight like this, you don't get any like end of fight epiphany action. You know, it'd be great if we could get the harp. The harp would be pretty awesome. That's not a harp, but it's still what I would consider in the like fancy category of drops. You love just attacking the weapon pile? Yeah, I still don't know. Sometimes I do it, sometimes I don't. What I prefer is getting an AoE attack and attacking the weapon pile. When the turn is ended with 1 or more IP remaining, if damage is completely blocked, would be fun on Tiphera as like a support one, but I don't know if it's worth the save data. Would I really own 33 or more cards? I don't know. But we could give her another counterattack action, because we're funny like that. Is affinity bonus worth it? It's flat attack. It's flat stats. So it doesn't get multiplied by anything crazy. It's not to the base value. It's just flat stats. Where it is worth it is specifically on defense-based characters, and that is because the defense value is already so low, and that is if you can get yourself an additional, like, what is it, 13 defense, that can help you get closer to like fulfilling a character's potential. Like for example on 9, every point of defense that you have above 300 gives you additional order damage percentage on top of being a base multiplier. So especially on somebody like a 9 trying to chase that like 30 plus 40 affinity can in fact actually be quite valuable. When are we going to do Great Rift? Maybe later today, maybe in a day or two. We'll have to see. So, dedicated Epiphany. We are going to obviously pick. I could have sworn we didn't yet get a Creation and Destruction Epiphany. Right? Like, I could have sworn that was in fact the case. But probably not, huh? Didn't our cards Epiphany inside? Oh! Yeah. It's Epiphany ready, but it just hasn't happened yet because we didn't play a fight. Yep, there we go. Yeah, this is where things get a little confusing, and that is if you go into a question mark fight, trigger the Epiphany, but do not play the card during the question mark fight, you do not get it at the end, because it's not treated the same as a fight that has like a latent Epiphany feature. How do you play a Tiphera without a 9? In Chaos or in general? Because honestly, nothing really changes about Tiphera. Like, she still wants to do the same things for her teammates as she always does. She just does it maybe to like a lesser or to a bit of a different degree. Alright. So, once again, we always bet on square. Because that is the way to succeed in life. Fancy. Fancy business. Okay, can we heal? No, but we can kill. Maybe a Cthulhu? Cthulhu! Okay. Cthulhu weapon. Cthulhu weapon would be quite awesome. Cthulhu weapon would be quite awesome. The ball or the sword? Obviously not the gun. Big hit. It was a medium one. Hey, early recovery. Okay. Ooh. Upgrade card or just chuck it out? I don't know. I don't know. Like, upgrade card is a bit more tiny value. Could help with survivability. Let's pick the upgrade card for now. Okay. What do I do with this information? Intellect to Discord. What do we do with this? Is there a reason for me to use this? What would be the great idea here? Who of you remembers what this weapon did in the beta? Who of you remembers what this weapon did in the beta? Because that shit was ridiculous. Who here remembers what this weapon did during the beta? I'm actually going to try and see if I can find a screenshot from all the way back then. You don't remember? Alright, let me see if I can find a screenshot. I feel like I had information of this somewhere. Maybe I had that in the... Did I talk about how to gear characters during like these like very first showcases before the game even launched? I don't know. But I feel like I had information on this somewhere. Okay, let's have a look. Oh yeah, we do. Ha! Look at this. Look at this. Come on, show it. Show it. Look at this weapon. Look at it. Look at this fucking beast. Look at this monster. This thing would have been so far and beyond everything currently available in the game that it isn't even funny. 12% attack, every single attack is always weakness attack, and when you break a target you gain 1 action point and 1 draw. This thing is basically a character in and of itself. So yeah, the intellect of chaos used to be even more disgusting. But you know what? At least, what they did do was give it 18% instead of 12% attack, right? How did we equip 2 purple items? Oh, during the beta that was still very much possible, or during the limited playtest, you could say. During the limited playtest that was very much possible. Now that I look at it though, how did I get this in the first place? Right? Like these are both Cthulhu weapons. Did I encounter him multiple times? Maybe not. Was it just at that point still a normal gear drop? I don't know. But yeah, look at this guy. Look at this. This is disgusting. So yeah, the entire reason why this obviously wouldn't work is because every character would be effective against everything regardless of what their kit does, making the attack weakness, like create attack weakness against element debuff pretty darn useless. They need to bring the back the old Luke purple card. 100% damage, 40% for each attack card used this turn when drawn. Create 1 handgun bullet in hand. Yeah. Yeah. But also look at this. 15% crit chance on the triple fire. 15. Not 50. 15. And I also don't think this had like this like attack version where based on attack card you do it. Yeah, Dev's hiding the good game, sure. No, but also I think Khalib was a menace there as well. Okay, enough of the trip down memory lane. It's been 4 months since then. What do we do about the intellect of Discord here? I'm debating just putting it on Tiphera. Right? Like, what other mythic item could we get? Vulnerability chess piece? Not that relevant. The dagger that tricked the shadow. We did not find the harp, so I don't think we'll get the team-wide damage buff equipment. I don't know. Let's just give Tiphera a Glock. It's always fun to give characters a Glock for no reason. Especially because she only has 1 attack card that we play sometimes. Alright. The 100% fixed shield once per turn? Ah, you mean the egg? Yeah. Could have been. So, Tiphera already has all her cards epiphanied, right? She does. Oh yeah, for those of you, have you noticed what happens if you create 3 archetypes and then create 3 archetypes? Does this double, does this like proc 3 times total? In theory it should, right? But there's so much going on with her kit, so many things happening at the same time, that I never counted, right? Like, I never properly counted if it did in fact do that. So when you like say you create 3 and then create 3, it should in theory create 3, right? It probably does. I would assume it does. I just cannot confirm if it does. Do we already remove a card here? It would save us having to go to a shop. And still leave us with a bunch of open opportunities. Any verdict on how good she is? She's kind of difficult to play in Chaos. I wouldn't say she's difficult to play in Chaos. She is just... She's a character you actually have to play cards off to heal. Like, I think at this point we're all kind of a bit too used to getting something like a Ray 0 cost exhaust heal plus draw. Or something like Naja, where Naja just draws a card and you magically get these heals every hit. Where you also can play her retain card at 0 cost. Like, you just have to pay a bit more attention to, like, playing her cards if you want to get heals or shields. Oh, and Creation and Destruction, right? Creation and Destruction is a core part of her survivability. Just waiting for Cat Lady, that's where it's at. That's where it's at, huh? See, if you're still not sure about Tiphera, just wait. Right? We should be getting her element and her class as earliest as next Saturday, like not this Saturday but next Saturday, because the devs decided to do that for Tiphera last time as well. At the earliest, if not at the latest, we should get that announcement a week before, which is in 3 days have passed, in 11 days from now. And then at the latest, the day before Tiphera banner ends, you'll know what she does. Miyabi? No, her name is Rita. Rita Aura, clearly. But no, Rita should be the name of the lady. Also, did you see that? 288 Memory of Lights in 1 run? Damn, finding this weird like fox thing, dog thing that you attack, he seems to give a ton of them. And then also, what did we do? Attacking, right? We attacked a bunch of these like empowered normal fights. They always also seem to be giving quite a decent amount. Holy, now I am saving for the cat lady. Now you might be, yeah, a fellow believer of the cat lady religion. Okay, what do I need here? What do I want here? Give me the curse card, right? Yep, awesome. That's just what I was looking for. Hey, have you ever seen an ego skill for nothing? Usually you don't see that very often, an ego skill at no cost whatsoever. But we're not quite going to waste it. Ooh! Does this like ego cost reduction carry over between fights? What do you think? Probably not, right? Decreases the cost of the next ego skill used face alignment. That probably doesn't carry between fights, eh? But if it did... I don't know if this card does or not, but no, for a fact is action count wait, what? No, the neutral card doesn't. Alright, then it probably doesn't, right? Surely Rita will be justice. I mean, I don't know. For some reason, she kind of feels like she is. Especially also based on the fact that we got a Justice in Order set and we have yet to see a Justice character this season. So, there's some pretty good odds. There is some pretty good odds for that to be, in fact, the case. Counterattack. Hope Rita lobby will be freakier than Serenial. Isn't Serenial already enough? Wouldn't you rather want something that maybe ties it? Like, why does it have to be even more? Right? Rita's only a partner? Nah, there's no way. There is no way. But that would be kind of hilarious, but it would be also pretty awful. And then I think the voices demanding for characters, for partners to become playable would become a lot louder. A lot louder. Devs should start making 2 lobbies for each character. How about the devs give us 1 lobby for each character first? Let me remind you, there is no Nia lobby. There is no Nia lobby as of this moment. Yeah. No, guys, I'm the partner of Rita. Inside information. Crazy business. Okay. Do we try to, like, see if we can get, like, a divine creation and destruction? Why not? Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Hiya! Okay. But we could get the 1 to 9 cost version. It's very tempting. But I'm not gonna do it anymore. I think we're gonna stick with the upgrade version. Did you get Ray Infinite Morale deck? I got something close to it. I did find myself in a situation with Domination with 2 copies, but something I realized is a draw. It is pretty obvious, right? It makes a lot of sense, but draw, please Yes, okay, we found the copy event. That was what I wanted to say with the please here. I wanted to ask for the copy event because I just remembered we didn't get that one yet. So, yeah. On that note, something I realized is just as much as I would like to play out 4 Predator Blades every turn, it just isn't quite feasible, and that is because the Predator Blades will never be able to draw. So there is a chance you just draw into too many of them, stopping you from playing the rest of your cards, really. Good morning, cutie. Hey, appreciate it, Snuffaloo. Got her, and she's so good with my favorite Hue Flash. Now I'm contemplating getting a partner because I have the Battle Pass one. The main benefit is really the 6% crit chance, right? But yeah, that's a good reminder. I do want and I do intend to build a Hue Flash 9 combined with like a Hue Flash 9. But you know what I also wanted to build maybe for the Great Rift? So for the Great Rift, I thought about everybody is currently using, I think, the Massacre Hue to just one-shot the hands and then get free attacks at the hands. And I thought maybe we just, instead of like we don't use Fighting Spirit, we just potentially try and use Fatal Strike to exhaust and level up Hue Extreme while at the same time attacking the hands, and that hopefully being enough so that we can like break the hands and then use big damage, big leveled up Hue Extremes against the boss. But there's a very real chance for that to be an absolutely terrible idea. How do you get 4 divine copies with no basics? It's just cost, right? So, cutting basic number 1, 20, cutting basic number 2, 40, cutting basic number 3, 60, making 60 points total. Getting 4 copies of a divine card is exactly 120 points, which means you're not allowed to cut the 4th card of a character, but you can cut 2 more of cards 5, 6, 7, and 8. You're not allowed to put in any arena perks, and you're not allowed to put in any neutral cards. But what you can do instead is if you want to get a neutral cards, if you maybe want to get a 5th divine, or whatever you want to do, you can just keep in a basic, which would allow you to do a similar thing. What's up? What are we for? 6, 7, huh? Alright. How much one divine epiphany card again? 20. Like, a card with a divine is worth 20 points. And then just the concept of copying is 40 points for the 3rd and final copy. But flash damage won't kill the hand? Why wouldn't it? Why would flash not be powerful enough to kill the hand if Massacre is? You know? Is the zero cost Lumen card meant to exhaust the Hue worth it? No. You pay 20 points for a one-time exhaust. So unless you have like a game plan, yeah, okay. I don't even know how you justify it, right? Like somehow, like, I don't know. I mean, you could use it to exhaust another Lumen for more value. Hey, it's the zero cost exhaust 2 of others for each exhausted card through this ability increased damage amount. Yay. But yeah, I guess it would make sense. Yeah, if we could get a zero cost Fatal Strike instead of a 1 cost one, that'd be great. That would make the idea in our head a lot more feasible. Okay, we are at the final shop. So we're going to see if we get like a divine on creation and destruction. If we don't, we just cut it out of the deck or keep it. I don't know, we'll have to see. This is the last chance for us to get the gamble, creation and destruction in this deck. Do I take that chance? No. So, do I keep the upgrade card in or do we cut it? Do I keep the upgrade in or do I cut it? Right? Oh, also an issue of this card is if you do not play the creation and destruction, it doesn't exhaust itself. So over time you're going to stack up more and more of these creations and destructions. So if you have no intention to play them, then you should not keep it in. Right? Like that's the idea here. If you're in a situation where you do not intend to play the upgrade cards, getting them in your hand every single turn forces you to play them, forces you to like lose out on potential triangle stacks that you've built up that you would rather use for like a other character, right? Too late, there's a free 1k of memory light. Too late, though I upgraded mine. Wait, what? There's no way your skill tree is already max level. Right? The creations and destructions are going to stay at 0 cost, yes. But they're still going to start accumulating. I don't care about Tiphera. Ah! True, we are in a very awkward situation. We're at the final shop, and if I remove creation and destruction, we still have barrier deployment in. Ha! I have the trick! We just never hit 0 AP. Poof! Big, smart, mega smart. If we never go down to 0 AP, we never create the creation and destruction. That's where it's at. Big brain. And if that doesn't work, then I just never play the card. Because then, yes, we get one fixed one that keeps rotating, but at least we do not get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those that keep rotating. But yeah, just never hit 0 AP. Why don't just play the card? Because depending on what we're looking at, we would be forced to play an attack card, maybe in scenarios where we would rather not do so. Min-maxers hate him. Yeah, and the IQ that's too high. You never know. Unfortunately, there's no... Okay, that doesn't do shit. Plant doll. You know what? It's better than nothing, isn't it? Just get the plant doll. Maybe we get something non-unique from the boss. Yeah, we probably should have, I don't know, sold the upgrade card a bit earlier and been a bit more decisive. But it is what it is. It is what it is. And also, again, for the beauty and the love of the game, we just lost Hugh, because, no, we didn't. What did we lose? Ah, we lose expert, no. Yeah, we did lose expert opening, it just came back from the retrieve. Okay, perfect. So this is actually not that bad. We are looking quite good, we should be able to successfully beat this fight, and life will be very pleasant. Can you reroll the God's Hammer 2 now? We'll find out. Today is the first time I've unlocked this feature. the reroll for the epiphany, for the refinement. So we'll find out. We'll find out if you can or can't in fact reroll the God's Hammer. So square, shit. This one looks like a square though. Look, there we go. I mean, yeah, I saw how the card looked like a square, right? It was quite obvious. I don't even think I need to explain what actually did or didn't look like a square. Just because of the fact that it's so obvious. Right? It just looked like a square, if you're honest, right? So there shouldn't really be any discussion about this. It's quite a clear-cut case. Yeah. Alright, let's have a look. So, we generate... Is this support good to pull or not? You're going to be able to have a lot of fun with her, but I don't think she's a must pull. Alright. Look at all these cheap ego skills. Cheap and simple. Nice and easy. Low cost and convenient. And also the fact that we're creating an archetype every time we use an ego skill. Just magically helping us generate 3 more AP out of thin air. There we go. Alright. Let's have a look. What do we get? We obviously get our final copy. Shroom. Okay, Shroom or Puppet? Shroom or Puppet? Probably not the Puppet, right? Because the Puppet at least does something. The Shroom kind of just is happy to be there. Like, I know the Shroom looks more fancy, but realistically the Shroom is just happy to be there. This thing at least does something. Right? When 4 skill cards are exhausted, decrease stress. Like, this thing at least does something. Oof, the fixed shield. Sorry, I jinxed it. It's alright. Like, I don't really mind. I don't really mind losing out on an additional 100% fixed shield. It's fine. Shroom for stat stick. So you mean to tell me I need to pick the Shroom for a grand total phantasmologically great 8 attack, 8 HP. So you think 8 HP is going to make a difference? Like, I would rather get 8 HP than 1 stress reduction. We're just gonna keep the plant though, because it's cute like that. Alright, but this one, we're going to smack on... I don't know, we're gonna smack it on 9. Okay, time to see if the God's Hammer can be in fact rerolled. No. No God's Hammer rerolling. God's Hammer is still the pinnacle of finishing your run and still the pinnacle of despair. There is no God's Hammer rerolling. When I die from an 8 HP diff, I will rue this day. I will indeed curse this day, and I will remind my stupid ass that I should have in fact picked the 8 HP. I've truly made a mistake this day. Look at that! 388 of them. Holy. 8 HP gonna survive you the Great Rift. Ah, damn, sold the bag, didn't I? I sold the bag. Then again, this deck is hella clean. Could have been a bit more clean if we cut out the creation and destruction, which we in fact did not. But yeah. So we have the when 2 are created, create 1 identical, the draw 4, the prediction with 1 AP, which is the only epiphany it can get. Yeah, very solid. Nothing special, nothing crazy, but pretty damn sweet. And we also have this one. Yay! When a shield is gained through a card, increased damage amount. And the way for us to gain shield is here. Through archetype. Triangle. Can you believe this was our very first run of the day? Right? Like, I tell you, Seasonal Chaos just hits different. I mean, look at our Tiphera save data. I'm not usually someone to delete save data, so have a look at this. This was a run where I think I quit early. This is a run where I quit early. This is a run where we died. This is a run where we in fact got the draw. This is the run from just right now. So this is our run from right now. This right here is our very first, like, funny retain run. I want to build a better retain deck, right? Want to build a better retain deck. But this is the retain run from yesterday. This one right here is the select version. The select draw version with the double retain effect, multitude thing, and also dual creation. And then this right here is the DPS version with creation and destruction 30% and the same epiphany we just got. Yeah, Tiphera nuke deck. There you go. So we have the when two are created, create one. You can see it's unepiphanied, but the only difference would be initiation. We have the draw 6 until we draw consecutive. We have the quadruple draw from Quantum Seed. And we have the creation and destruction, obviously at base, without the divine, still incredibly strong, but the divine just takes it to that next level. Did I take the gift from the divine? The gift from the devs? I did. Pretty nice. Helped me unlock the refinement, refinability feature thing. It would have been better if you have the Eternal Flame weapon. Not quite, because I need to give up a copy for it. Right? Like, I would have to actively not get a copy. So that's why you shouldn't do that. But what we could have done instead... what's the word? What we could have done instead is just get arena perks, right? Like a 25% multiplier, 50% multiplier, something like that. Alright, let's max this out. We now have Germination, Mirage, and Distortion. I don't know what they do, but we now have them. Which... yeah, must be something sweet. And I don't know. I don't know if I like the fact that we're getting more seasonal fate chance. Who knows? Okay, what do we have here? We have everything else ready. Shows on the event section. You mean we could check them here? Silence, Adapt, Interference, Tranquility, Loss, Germination. In Chaos, each time a skill card is exhausted, add plus 2% damage amount for each. That's nasty for Tiphera. Mirage, gain a random rare arena equipment. When an arena card is created, create one additional random arena card. That's alright. If a turn is ended with 1 or more AP remaining at the start of the next turn, draw 1. I don't know. I don't know if that's worth it for me to, like, cut down the pool. Because I really like the Reminiscence Fate. That one's pretty good. Yeah, my only problem with Fates is they don't leave the chaos, right? Does it 2 cost Tiphera cards stay evolved? You mean if you don't play it? Yeah. While in hand, when an archetype card is activated, increase in effect by 100%, max 3 stacks, current stacks, and until used. So yeah. Yeah, this one does in fact. But how would you get yourself in a situation where you wouldn't want to play this card, right? Just feels like a no-brainer to, I don't know, always play it? If that makes sense. Alright, so let's think here. A 9 for the Great Rift. We either build very simple, just a Hue Massacre, right? Just Hue Massacre, Counterblade Exhaust version, and a Fighting Spirit. Maybe a Fatal Strike. As like just a 3-card deck. Or we try and find ourselves a Fatal Strike like this at 0 cost. And then we'd run Hue Massacre and like 2 to 3 Divine Fatal Strikes with a Counterblade, and then we cut Experience Strike and Fighting Spirit. Or we somehow find a way to be able to use Hue Extreme. Or obviously we play Hue Flash. But then one Hue plus Hue level 1 needs to one-shot one hand. One Hue level 2 needs to one-shot the other, so that we can use Hue Flash level 3 against the face of the boss. Why Massacre? Because Massacre can hit both hands. One use, double damage. Right? That's the reason why people are using Massacre. And that is because you can use one Massacre to hit both hands at the same time. And there also seems to be benefits of not just hitting one, but hitting multiple of them. And then obviously you could still use Massacre against the face. And yes, Massacre does take a 10% damage drop per target, but you are only facing one enemy. Right? Like, especially against the head, you would only take a 10% cut. Which Tiphera deck? Probably the Tiphera deck we just built. So... this one. With draw plus AP. Like, you really do want draw on the card. So, I feel like for Great Rift, there might only be 2 versions. For Great Rift, there might only be 2 versions of Quantum Seed that are viable. And that is the draw with AP. At least for like the top scores, or the select with draw. I feel like those 2 might be the only ones that are really viable, and that is because they have at least enough draw to replace themselves. And those are also the only available ones that have draw, right? Like either Divine with draw, or draw with AP. But remember, you must attack the right hand and not attack left. But then how are you not, like, how are you... I don't, honestly, I haven't even played it properly, right? Do you want to hit it face every turn, right, or every 2 turns? I don't know. I haven't even fully thought about that yet. Like, I was mainly busy just playing around figuring out Tiphera, right? I'm not entirely sure what I would do. Also, synchronization, can we please, you know, 1 day in 1 hour? Can we please, you know, hurry up? Alright, oh well. Let's see how long it takes us to find another tier 15 map. No, but it's probably Orlea as the last teammate. And then maybe like an Orlea that also has draw. So the Orlea 2 retain effect trigger on any card with 2 draw. Come on. No. Ah, shit. Now with 1 draw divine, obviously. But that'd be very specific and very not so tasty to get. Sounds very much like a big pain in my ass to get it. Ironclad is the best for the Great Rift? I don't know. Are you even getting hit that much? Negative credits, Fortitude, discard, and elites? Okay. Maybe we get like a credit fate, you never know. What are you trying to re-observe for? Just tier 15 map. Is 4 divines and 3 moves 180 faint memory? Yes. If you remove 3 basics and have 4 divines, that is 180. Okay, come on. Credit fate. Adept. We could sell the legendary equipment for coins. So we just got 120 coins. Not too bad, not too shabby. Why is the arena so late? Holy. Late arena. Okay, so in, down, up, down, 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 no. Okay. So down, up, up, through, up, through, way. Okay, looks like a pretty clean way. This is a little frustrating. If you play with like the one yeah, the one hit fate, sometimes you might just not be able to take advantage of the one hit because you don't have enough AP to like play enough of the cards to actually pull that off. Hume Massacre, 3 fighting spirits. I don't know how many, like it would heavily depend on what your team does. It would heavily depend on what your team does to see if you even need the extra AP you save yourself from triggering Fighting Spirit. Not putting 9 in Tiphera, saving for Rita, just using Barrel, reach rank 38 at Great Rift, not bad this season. Nice! Good stuff. Leaderboards are all Hue Extreme. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would have thought so. Because it's just more damage. Who can replace 9? You mean in this team comp right here? I don't know if you wanted to bring Tiphera and Orlea into a run if you're not running 9. So you could you know what? You could play Tiphera, Shizuru, Luke. Tiphera, Shizuru, Luke could be kind of fun. You could also try Tiphera, Orlea, K-Run if you want to. Yuki should be quite successful here on the map. You can bring a you could also do Tiphera, Hugo, Luke. If it's just like raw about order, right? As I said, Yuki should also be able to do a little bit of something. What about Tiphera or Lea Rin for this seasonal planet? I don't know, like, do you intend to challenge the hidden boss, yes or no, right? Whose enemy is called the Looties? The Looties are the small ones, you know, these like, the blobs that are like blue. There's, I think, 1 or 2 events where you can actually fight them, but it's not very often. And I don't think I could give you the exact event or sequence, but it's these blue, super cute and super friendly looking thingy things. I firmly believe a fully functioning auto battle team is the peak endgame for all gachas. It is definitely a peak. Like, it might also just be the peak of not playing the game. Then again, there is a lot of lead up to you being able to build a team like that, and then you might just get your reward for what you've done. I think the biggest hurdle would just be to make sure that you get enough draw, right? Make sure that you get enough draw so that the auto doesn't just cook you. Hey, I play with Melee with Rising Dragon Spire, but sometimes when I hit a lot, some just do 1 damage, sometimes they do a lot. Do you know why? Yes! So, for most of the bosses, what is this? For most of the bosses in this game, they have something called elasticity. And sometimes it's even, yeah, I think usually it's called elasticity. Elasticity is a debuff or a buff, better said, for the boss, a debuff for you, that says that if any card does over 7 hits from this 8th hit onwards, the damage gets severely nerfed. So I think maybe it's like 7 hits and then you get like a 50% cut, and then I think starting from like hit 9 to 10, you only do 1 damage. So yeah, that's pretty much that. It's something that's present on the tower bosses. It's present on, I think, this season's this season's not Great Rift, you know what I mean? Probably Great Rift as well, but the you know the bosses, right, with the bunch of health with the 9 levels. On those it's present as well. Sad life for event, yeah, but there should be a season. There should be a season where, in fact, there won't be any elasticity, because Luke, Mei Lin, and Shizuru also have human rights. Nebula Distortion, yeah, okay. But yeah, as I said, these characters also have human rights, which means they should be permitted to live up to their fullest potential. So yeah, we should at some point see the removal of elasticity for peak events. Could Tiphera be the best supporter unlike the other support characters? No. I feel like all controllers we have in the game are in a pretty similar spot as they should be. Best support is AP Serenial. Yeah. So yeah, maybe you know, maybe that's the end game. Maybe the end game is in fact a 9 supported by AP Serenial. Tiphera vs Naja, who gives more utility? Tiphera gives multiplicative damage bonuses that are best used on characters with single hits, where Naja gives additive damage bonuses which are best used on characters with multi-hits. Yeah, so single versus multi-hit support, and also Naja is really good for basic attack characters. So as of this moment, only Mei Lin and Shizuru, but there should be more of those in the future as well. Hey, water? Water's a good idea. What would be the first collab launched now that we know a collab is in fact already at least in the stages of being discussed? Obviously a collab with E7 would be obvious, but I don't think they would really call that a collab. Or maybe they would, I don't know, but I don't think they should struggle much with getting a deal between themselves. That's like, it's like, oh yeah, we're still like in the talking stage. We're still in the, you know, we cannot really convey anything, and at the end of the day, it's just them shaking their own hand. It's like, okay, how much money do you want? 10 million. Alright, because it's their own money, you know? So I doubt that would be what would stop them from making a collab. Who would be able to replace her in an Tiphera team? Naja. I'd probably run Naja. Rin Tiphera, 9 Tiphera Naja. Or maybe Orlea. Maybe Mika. If you need even more AP, but I don't know if you do. So yeah, probably Naja is your best bet. Kaiju number 8? I don't know. I think Kaiju is way too small. They had like one mobile game that probably died by now, I would assume. Let's have a look. Is the game still alive? Let's have a look. We'll Google this together. Is Kaiju number 8 dead? The mobile game. It's not technically dead, but it is experiencing significant issues. Released August 31st. No content. Aggressive monetization. Performance issues. It remains in the top 5 on the Japanese iOS stores shortly after release. I don't know. I don't know. Why am I leaving Kaiju number 8? Smog Bite. Yeah, they have so many better options. Like, they could do One Piece, they could do Freerun, they could do Resident Evil, they could do... There's like a million better options than Kaiju number 8. Fate would be awesome, yes. Fate would be a killer. Like, they have the graphic style already, so long as they don't try to take a real life franchise and try to animify it for no reason, then there is basically no way they could realistically fail. So they got options. They can't afford Fate. Nah, I think they could probably do that. But the question is, would that collab, like, they would probably be able to afford it, but would it give them the same margin of profit as if they were to do it with another IP where, I don't know, things cost less or whatever? Honestly, it's not really my problem, right? What they pay where and what's the cut and how they do that is entirely not on my radar. I don't care. I just see what we get and then I'll be happy or I'll be sad. We'll have a look. I most likely won't be sad. Like, at this point, with the way every character works, with how intricate they are, like, even if it's not an IP I like, then I'm just going to treat him as another released character. I'm not even going to think about it being an IP, and then boom, all of a sudden, unfailable plans. Yeah. Nier Automata. I mean, yeah, to be continued to the cash store, right? Like if they introduce a 2B, there will be a bunch of people that decide to not just join the game, but also max her to E6, and then they might even leave or they stick around. Who knows? But yeah, Nia put their shit on everything. But yeah, they would make a bunch of money. They would make a bunch of money. Sword Art Online. You know what? I watched Sword Art Online a few years back, and then last year I rewatched it, and I gotta be honest, the fucking fall off starting from episode 13 of season 2. Like the first half of the first season, okay. Second half of the first season, how does it even exist? Right? That's kind of what I went out of that one from. So yeah. Yeah. Arknight's Enfield. I don't think there's usually collabs between, you could say, quote-unquote, gacha game competitors. I just don't think that's a thing. Not that that means it won't happen or whatever, but I just don't believe I've really heard about something like that even being considered. In before it's K-pop like E7. Hey, you know what? If they want to make money, just put in the K-pop Demon Hunters and watch the player base surge. Watch all of a sudden 100 fucking 10-year-olds deciding that now is the time to play Chaos Hero Nightmare. Especially also just in terms of like hype generation. Whenever they release like that second movie that they eventually will do for that, that is going to be pretty darn big. Maybe Fate is very good because Honka has done it before. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe Fate is very good. But maybe Fate also very big ouch. Because keep in mind, it's the big Hoyo that did the collab, right? K-pop Demon Hunters is JP, IRC, right? Doesn't stop them. Like, just because it's JP doesn't stop a Korean development game. Like, keep in mind, they have the game fully voiced in Japanese. They have an entirely dedicated, like, channel on YouTube for the Japanese side of things. I don't think that's anything close to stopping them. Tokyo Ghoul collab? I don't know. My only... Like, I think Tokyo Ghoul was pretty damn good, but the ending, it's something that I just ended up forgetting over time. I don't think it was memorable enough. And I think I'm a bit too far removed from Tokyo Ghoul now. It's been too long since it was anywhere near somewhat relevant. I mean, he's fine, and like, it's the intro to the season 1, I believe, right? It's still a banger, but I don't know. Konosuba. You know what? If you're saying Konosuba, why not just give us ReZero instead? Right? If Konosuba's in the discussion, just give me fucking ReZero and I'll be happy. Just give me ReZero and I'll be happy. Black Clover, I mean, yeah, Black Clover Season 2 is on the horizon, so that would be a no-brainer as well. Same, yep, ReZero new season as well. Overlord collab. You know what? Yep, indeed. Epic 7 did it before. And yeah, it would indeed be kind of a peak to get an Overlord collab. I'd be a big fan of that. Not gonna say no. What you noticed is we did in fact not find the Divine event this run. Terrible. Terrible, terrible. We also don't get an Epiphany for Quantum Seed. Yeah, I feel like we probably wouldn't find one at the boss as well. Slime would also be a new season, and they also did that for E7. Yeah, see? So why would something be JP be a problem if they did a Slime collab, if they did a Guilty Gear collab, if they did a Free Run collab, if they did, you know, if they did an Overlord collab? Like, this should be possible, right? Hell's Paradise would be a bit of a killer as well. Then again, I don't know if Hell's Paradise is nearly on the same level of being, you could say, well known as all the other names we just threw around, right? Like, I feel like Hell's Paradise is a bit too new, you know? Hey, you know what? In before we get a solo leveling collab. We're just going to get fucking Jinwoo and Chahei, and then everybody's gonna be like, oh no, how did that happen? High School DX, no, shut up. I don't want the game to be banned in my country due to the lobby screen. No, no, we're not doing that. Sang Jinwoo S quadruple plus tier for solo. Jinwoo's breakdown will be called Aura. Yep, and he just gets a second bar, you know? Oh yeah, that's gonna be him. So, whenever your team builds up stress, Jinwoo will have his aura bar below. The more stress your team builds up, the higher his aura bar will be charged. And when his aura bar is full, I don't know, something special happens. How about the Testament of Sister New Devil? I think that's also bad, right? I'm not too familiar with it, but I feel like that wouldn't be a good idea somehow. Scissor 7 collab, but that's Chinese. I feel like that's where they would draw the line. Why? Like they would probably do JP collab. They would do a Korean collab, but doing like a collab with a somewhat well-known Chinese anime, I don't know. I mean, at that point they might as well just do King's Avatar, but I have no idea. Jinwoo would be the only character on his team and he summons the shadows. No, that can't be. He cannot out-aura farm people if there are no people in his team. I think you got the wrong idea there, bud. He at minimum needs one teammate. Who else is he going to out-aura farm? There always needs to be a foil to make sure that you know that he is in fact the coolest, you know, the strongest, the best. So that wouldn't work. Limbo's Company with Dante? I'm not too much into Limbo's Company, but isn't Dante Devil May Cry? Why would he be a partner in a Limbo's Company collab? Is that how that works? Everyone on your team needs to be in mental breakdown for Jinwoo, then you can use his skills. Yeah, and then he has like an attack card that has a 5000% base damage multiplier, huh? The idea of a collaboration between Madoka and Magica, I don't think that tells me much, I gotta be honest. But hey, who knows? Well, Nier is a possibility one. The possible one, they have A2, 2B, and they have 9. But we got 9 already. Dante's a clock in Limbus. He's a clock. He's a clock. Okay. I mean, sure. Just give us a clock as a partner, so we always know how much time is passing in our chaos runs. Chahin, lobby screen, please. Aye. No, you're getting Sona Jinwoo. That's what you're getting instead. Blue Archive collab. Maybe. Blue Lock collab. Now it's getting weird. We're getting a Blue Lock collab. That's what we're getting instead. we're just getting Blue Lock, and we'll have them kick some balls with some super spiritual effects to inflict damage. Yeah. Stellar Blade. See, this is the problem. For Stellar Blade, they'd have to take a character that hasn't been quote-unquote animified before and animified 2D chibi them, which it's a lot more steps than just taking someone whose art style in this scenario is already pretty like well known, you know what I mean? Nike collab, then again, you really don't see a lot of collabs between quote-unquote competing gacha games. Just doesn't really seem to be the thing. Persona 3. I mean, honestly, any Persona collab, right? Jujutsu Kaisen. If we could get a Gojo as a pullable character, that thing would attract even more people than basically everything else, just for the idea of glazing the chosen one. And yeah, there will probably be a whole bunch of people just coming in E6 in Gojo and then just being like, yes, I in fact fulfilled my purpose. No Persona 5, we don't want EOS. Terrible. Usually gacha games will collab with other gachas if they're failing. Yeah, see, this is why I don't really hear about it. Clearly. We need an Evangelion collab, 100% Asuka going ham would be peak. Finally, we would have more men if that happens. You know what? You're not incorrect. See, this is actually kind of interesting, right? That besides Freerun, with all the major like anime IP, we actually do stand a chance. I mean, we could get a Stark, I guess. But with all the major ones, we do stand a chance of in fact getting our hands on male character #1 since release. Love in Deep Space. Then again, Love in Deep Space would be you having to personify them and animify them. And keep in mind, I don't think there's a very big... Like, if you have a Venn diagram and this is CZN and this is Love in Deep Space, there isn't... I don't think there's a lot matching. I don't think that would end well. Whatever, you know what? At this point, I don't really care too much about what it is. I care about the fact that it happens. You know? I am very open-minded on the hows, whys, and whens. I just want it to be a thing. With how people reacted to Owen, oh man, that's just main story. Like, they are from an alternate universe. I don't think that'd be too much of a problem. Like, for example, they could do a One Piece collab, give us a Luffy, give us a Zoro, and give us a Nami. Then the people that need Nami are going to summon for Nami, and the other ones are just going to get themselves a Luffy and a Zoro, and everybody will be happy, right? Who said Cristiano Ronaldo collab? Peak. Clearly that would be peak, and that is exactly what I would like to see in this game. That it just, you know, it just fits. If you truly think about it, it truly does not make any sense. And that's why it would be great. Rin is too hard to play in Chaos right now. Do you have any recommended teams? Ooh, Cthulhu. If I were to play a Rin right now, I would bring Rin, Narja, Tiphera. I think Rin, Narja, Tiphera would be great. Rin, Narja, Ray would be awesome. Rin, Ray, Mika would be quite big as well. Rin, Ray, Shizuru would work under conditions. Rin, Narja, Shizuru could be a bit of a bigger one. A lot of options. Alright, is this an epiphany? It is. Which means we either... Yeah, we either meditate it into something crazy, or this is kind of where it ends. Yeah, Rin now with the refinement has some cracked stuff. Is that a guy on the hand boss? I don't understand him. Not yet. I have yet to look into how to dominate the hand guy. Wouldn't Rin and Shizuru clash? Both are main DPS? No, you can just treat Shizuru as a sub DPS that chills and gets her stack stacked up by Rin doing multi-hits on the target that Shizuru determines. And then you can also use the Shadow of the Moon, once it goes Shadow of the Moon plus, to heal yourself. No. Do you know if we can meditate into the same epiphany but with Divine, for example? Yes, you can. You can in fact do that. The same way you can take a Divine Epiphany and unepiphany it into its base epiphany somehow. How would I use Yuki right now? Oof. Yuki, Tiphera, Ray? Yeah, I feel like that might be feasible. Do we know? Yeah, I'm still not entirely sure if it's worth to fight the hidden boss. With the current gear, the fact that he only drops this one arena gear, which is like the entirety of a completely new playstyle. Yeah, you might just be better off taking the arena. Morale Yuki with Tiphera and Ray, yes. Well, sounds like an idea. Big shield. You not farm Serenia AP laser again? Oh, I will at some point, but I just don't think I need an AP Serenia right now. Like, for example, I've played a few runs where I just run Serenia in my team, and if there ever was a time when I were to get a Divine AP laser, I just build her throughout this run, you know what I mean? Like, if there ever was a time where I just run her, like, let's say Tiphera, Serenia 9, and before the first boss I end up getting a Divine for the homing laser, then, yeah, it'd be pretty much a no-brainer. What alternative for a 9 on a Tiphera team? Huh? You could try Haru. Do you still remember who Tressa is? Yeah, I don't know. We haven't really tried making her work fully yet. The hidden boss gear place there would be a lot more accessible if it wasn't locked behind 2 beefcakes. Yes. See, what I would find a lot more tempting was if this thing was in fact non-exhaust when you play it. Because I think you can only play quote-unquote Excalibur once per fight, right? Just as a merchant, she gave you a bunch of level up materials and then left. Would Tiphera be a must pull if you wanted to build a 9 team? I mean, you're going to be hard pressed to find a better support alongside of an Orlea, but you can also just solo Orlea support 9. You do not need Tiphera in that mix on top as well. Okay, last chance to get something good. We're going to meditate on a quantum seed. Yeah. At least we're getting 129 points. There is a way to farm the new enchant reroll really quick. It's in the mail. You got enough points in the mail to instantly be able to buy it. Basically. Like, if you check your mail now, you should find 1000 of these, which should, for the most part, allow you to instantly get to it and upgrade it. So yeah, just check your mail and yeah. Do you think I make a guide for the Colossus boss? Yeah, I make a Great Rift guide. I will. Let's do story. Let's do the story real quick so we can unlock the Great Rift boss, and then maybe play a bit around with Great Rift and have a look at what we can achieve. Audacity! Does this even count as us playing it? You know what I mean? Still have a lot of... who's an alternative for 9 on the Tiphera team? Didn't I just answer that question? Like a minute ago or so? Or... at least that's how it feels like. Tiphera is the first unit I'm not getting from the banners. Fate, you're 50-50 thinking of saving. I mean, sure. Why not? And also, especially if you want your decision to be easier or harder, just wait until we know more about the last unit of the season. Ooh, a reptile people. Makes me wonder if we'll actually face those in like an updated version to the season or something. Yeah, it wouldn't really be that interesting to do it on stream right now. And it would just take a bit too long. How are we doing? Oh, we get a pretty good Tiphera deck in our very first run. Our last 2 runs, we did not encounter the Divine event. So, a familiar face? That's some eyes in a box. Oh no! How dare they put How dare they put Rita in a box? No, 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 no. That can't be. No way. No way they put her in a box. I will eliminate all of them and their friends and families. How dare they put Cat Lady in a box? How dare they? Atrocious. A sin. Not very nice. Not very nice. You got 9 and 20 and Tiphera and 40. Now just expecting your luck to disappear. Yup, that's always how it goes. Holy car, she's not a car. I know you want to ride her, but she's not a car, she's a cat. New player here, started doing the 9 banner, really enjoying it so far. I've been hearing about Sporlea, but I don't know where to get those cards. Season. The seasonal planet gives you 2 different cards that you can obtain to get the spores. Number 1 would be the harmonization heal, that if you play it at the same cost that it costs, you get the spores. But the more reliable one is called the Spore Harvester, which is a legendary card that you unlock on level 5 expiration for the seasonal planet, which you should have already. And yeah, then it's just taking an Olea deck and inserting 1 Spore Harvester. Who's that? Why is he dead? Is he important? Are we sad about it? Maybe I missed the plot. Maybe I missed the plot. Probably missed the plot. Oh well. Ew. It's this guy. The combat human remodeling based on something. God damn. Can I do that? Like play all these cards in one turn? Like in a row so quickly? There was a lot of attacks. Ooh. Oh! Can I pick? Can I pick between these 2 different versions, please? I mean, you already have the animation in the game. Can I just pick? That'd be great. I mean, that looked pretty fancy, no? Her just deciding now is time for combat mode. Right? Like, come on. Surely that should be possible. Whoa. Let's go! It's the thing from the screenshot. Get him! Oh, with the cut in! Damn! Yes, come on! Show him what you got! A big heal, big heal. What's going on with the music? What do I have to do with anything? How dare you! How's this the end? Where's the continuation? Betrayal! Why didn't this keep going? Come on! Please tell me the music picks back up where it left. Ah, but I need to play myself? Nah. I don't know about playing on my own. I don't know. Lot of health, lot of health.
Yeah. 準備は終わった。これは痛むぞ。
Did she just slap herself? Okay. No! Not this guy that I've never heard of before, that I've never seen in my life. Okay, wait. Now looking back though, there were these like slave reptilians all the way back in chapter 1. Ah, rest in peace, brother. Tough times. Tough times. Okay. Okay, what are we looking at? So it's this divine creature that we still haven't been able to face, that we know from the live stream, but nothing really happened there. And we have a pretty brainwashed looking Tiana carrying an egg. And also there's another face. This is a face. This is a face. This is a face. Anna. A small girl who looked just like Tiphera. Close. Close. Almost the same thing. Yeah, at this point they're basically the same thing. Yeah, that should be what we'll be able to face later. Exciting news. Yep, that should have us unlocked the Great Rift. Okay, damage amount of instinct and order cards 50%. Damage amount of exhaust cards 20%. Gain combat score based on the damage amount, and once you reach a certain threshold, the damage score you receive in this manner will gradually be reduced. So there is no turn-based increase to damage dealt, huh? Okay. Merit rankings. Who do we currently have at the very tippity top? Horo with 1.22799 millones. And he is running Veronica with draw 2, 1 AP, 3 times a, when using a skill card, reload a Sir Kowalski with draw 2, 0 cost. And creating enhanced ballistae with, if the enemy is, oh wow. Oh wow. Honestly, that's a weapon. It's the effect from the Mythic Justice Planet ring. That is pretty big. That is a pretty nasty Divine Hammer. And then when a turn is ended with 1 or more AP remaining, 1 vulnerability. Alright. Here we have the, create 3 in draw pile, draw 1 of them, activate retain at 0 cost. Yeah, the 0 cost retain. Plus an event horizon, a combat drum, and a form conversions with retain sin. So, retain synergy, quantum seed, form conversions, and an event horizon. With a combo drum. And then 9. Okay, we have a Hue Extreme. We have a Fatal Strike. 4 Fighting Spirits. When a card is exhausted, Honed Edge. So exhaust Counterblade, yeah. And... Contaminated Spore Residual Herb. Okay. What is this? 3 cost or higher, 1 AP, big. Tenacity of the first attack, not that important. Damage of exhaust, damage to vulnerable, and damage of exhaust. Damn. So 35, 25, 25. Vulnerable. Oh, that's... You know what? That's actually pretty big. Millennium Arbor with the Mask of Flames. Whenever we use a 3 cost or higher card, 1 vulnerable, and there's only 1 enemy, that's pretty big. Ooh. Holy shit, interesting. Triple creation and destruction. With 0 cost dual creation divine. Attack cards of 1 cost or lower, weird. 18 or less, let's count. 6, 6, 4. He does have 18 or less. And cost of lower. Wait, does he intend to play these cards at like 1 cost or what? Why does he have damage amount of 1 cost or lower cards twice? Huh. Oh no, it's the oh, it's the wrong one. It's not the 1 to 9 one. Yeah, you're right. That is actually kind of nasty, huh? Look at the value. 900% defense-based damage at 0 cost. Getting this creation and destruction with the 30% divine. Yeah. Yeah. Now, if you also had her on E6, then it would be even more nasty. Okay, what else do we have? The draw 2, reduce 1 at 0 cost. So the best repos for the most part that you could find. Unless you maybe talk about, because it combines AP with draw plus cost. Yeah, like this one's pretty good. Or you would just get like the standard draw 2, 1 AP. Which comes out to something similar, because you get 1 AP that you can just spend on whatever you want. And then a Kowalski again, divine. Yeah. Oh, and the harp. Damage, shield, and heal has been activated through cards by allies. Damage amount of allies. That's huge. Ooh, and crit damage, Godforge, with the 18 or less. Damn, not bad. And when shield is gained through a card, which in fact you do, you also boost the amount of the next card. Big. And then when shield is gained 3 times fixed damage, okay. And then 9, we have a Hue Extreme, the ability to take it to its final level. Okay, what could he be exhausting? What could he be using this nutrient absorption for? Is he really going to use that for a Hue Extreme? Or is he actually cutting something else? What could he be exhausting? I mean, it's a one-time exhaust. Interesting. Okay, what do we have? 18 or less, which he does. Okay, so 6% damage amount, 30% damage amount, 35 to vulnerable, 30% for 2 cost or higher. He only uses 1 Hue Extreme every turn, probably. 20% damage amount to attack cards, and 20... Oof. 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 That's a lot. 25 here plus 25, 35 plus 30 by 6, 30 and 20. Damn. It's a lot. Hey, belligerents! Stockpile damage amount. Vulnerability crit chance to vulnerable. The vulnerability weapon. What? Twice? That is 30% crit chance to vulnerable targets. With the Millennium Arbor to inflict vulnerable. And vulnerable from belligerents. Sweet. And then 2 fighting spirits and the counterblade exhaust version. Yeah, honestly, this is about as good as it gets with Mika. This is about as good as it gets with Mika. And that is because... how does he have 3 enhancements? Events. Yeah, it stacks, yes. Events, there's 2 events. One in the exterior, one in the interior that gives you quote-unquote modified gear. Modified gear is gears that already have arena perks on them. That's how you can get 3 refinements instead of just 2. Farming refinements is more suffering than farming decks. Not anymore. You can now reroll refinements twice, so your chances are pretty good. Okay. Yeah, this is the source of water I was talking about. Costs 1, but if you heal yourself this turn, costs nothing, gives 2 AP, and has 1 draw. That's about as good as a Mika as you can get. Right here. And then you'll also see he has Tactical Upgrade and Deluge, meaning... there's only 4 cards that he can draw. All of these together give 8 AP. We gain 15% more team-wide damage bonus. So 8 AP together here. They all replace themselves. 0 cost. And there's nothing else in this Mika deck. Like, this is about as close as you can get to Mika perfection. For the most part. The only other thing would have maybe been like a combat drum here. But, yeah. Zero cost, 1 AP, 1 draw. Time to build Mika, lads. It's been so long. Which set would work on Mika? You could give her Shrooms and give her the support set. Otherwise, you just go with the standard 2 defense, 2 HP. Right? Like the usual. Like just defense, HP, and just call it a day. Okay, and here we have the, select draw. Yeah, the select draw. With draw 4, select an exhaust. Okay, we're probably exhausting Hue Extreme 1 time with this one. Yeah, and then we have the create 2. Yeah. And then an Event Horizon. So, we have these cards all draw themselves. These cards all draw themselves. And you generate enough AP to reliably spam Hue every single turn 6 times. And you get this very sweet accumulation of attack card damage bonus, crit chance, vulnerable multipliers, and even more multipliers. A fake epiphany dual creation, yeah, but that's not important. Honestly, I don't think that's important. What is important though is just that when two are created, create identical. Like this thing either would gain initiation or this one. It doesn't, I don't think it makes a big of a difference. Is it possible to beat the hidden boss in tier 16? Yeah, it's very much possible. I did it like 2 or 3 times. But yeah, sweet. Very well optimized. Yeah.
館長、要員管理中ですか？何かお手伝いできることはありますか？
Oh yeah, and as you might have noticed, he did go out of his way to cut creation and destruction. Which is why our deck has like one more card, quote unquote. What rank am I? I don't know. What rank am I? Okay, what else do we have? Isn't this interesting? There's a rank 1 in the bronze section. Like, I gotta be honest with you here. It is 100 times better to be rank 1 in bronze than rank 100 in silver. Because people automatically get sent to your page. So I guess you want to be the closest to the cutoff to make rank 1 in bronze. Alright, what else do we have? Yeah, so this is the draw growth acceleration. Ooh, as well as the 0 cost one. Damn. Not bad. That is actually really net. Oh! Did he use a ticket? He must have, right? Like, he either used 1 or 2 tickets. His first ticket, like, he either got 3 growth accelerations that he then turned into growth accelerations. Like, he either got 3 softies that he turned into 2 growth accelerations here. Or he got 3 of those to begin with and turned 1 of them into this growth acceleration. Yeah, so draw vulnerabilities from the softies here. Retain multitude onto the 2. These all replace themselves, 0 cost, 1 cost respectively. Also allow you to double growing creature retain. Here we have the draw 1 AP prediction epiphany. Yep, combined with the change archetypes into a different archetype and draw retain 1. That's not bad. With the active effect you can start like stacking up archetypes in your hand that you don't like, then just turn them into something else. And once again the 2 creation version. Yeah, and then on 9 we have a Fatal Strike full max level with draw 1. Counterblade Divine, Fighting Spirit 1 copy, Hue Extreme 1 cost reduction for the first card played, and then a Leaf of the World Tree with Stockpile, Vulnerable Chance, Stockpile at the start of battle, and HP reduction. It's the chain armor effect combined with obviously the 20% and the increased damage amount. Interesting. So who would I run? And which 9 deck would that be?
頼れる部下の地官長、要員管理中ですか？何かお手伝いできることはありますか？また任務？めんどくさい。
Who is looking at a bronze for advice? We're not looking at a bronze for advice, we're looking at a bronze because that's where we get put at, right? That's what the game wants us to look at. So let's see, we don't have a Luke data. I could use my Ray data. I don't have a Veronica build at the moment. I don't really, I don't really have a Serenia. We do have an AP Serenia, which would be kind of funny. I don't think this is gonna end well, but I'm going to try it anyway. Let's have a look. Okay, when hit other than fixed damage, decrease Light's legacy by 1 and other arm gains 1 commitment. When Light's legacy is removed, we use it in the attack action, creates contamination card in a draw pile for each fury. When hit other than a fixed damage, decrease Dark's legacy. When the other arm gains fury and the other arm gains 1 fury. When the Dark's legacy is removed, Colossus immediately afflicts a harmful effect. When hit by an attack card other than a bind card, yep.
不浄なる存在を滅するのみ。
Yeah, this is probably not gonna end well, but who knows? Hey, he stole my card. How dare he?
流れを感じます。深い暗闇へ。切らねば容赦はしません。決断を。はっ。戦う果てしない私やまだ足りない。切らねば深い暗闇へ。戦うまだ足りない。はーい、全てを飲み込む暗闇。決断を。切らねば参ります。決断を切らねば。
So many of these fucking cards.
決断をこの力を使ってでも。何いいよ。全部飲み込み。切らねば深い暗闇へ。決断を深い暗闇へ。戦うまだ足りない。切らねば容赦はしません。はっ。参ります。決断を深い暗闇へ。切らねば決断を。切らねば決断を。切らねば何をすまだ。決断をこの力を使ってでも。そこまで大した活躍じゃなかったと思うけど。
Interesting. Chat is way behind on the screen? Is it? I mean, it's there. This seems to be the supposedly last 3 of the messages. Let me check how much behind that is on YouTube. Let's have a look. Yeah. No, it's fine. I think it's fine. Me looking around. Wait, let's have a look. So there's the green face smiling. How long does it take to appear on screen? Play on hard once to get the feel. That's what I did. See, that was pretty quick. Test. I mean, it's like what, 4 seconds or so? I don't think that's too bad. Stop hating on it for no reason. Alright. So. I ran a raid off into K on E4 and I'm glad that happened. Nice. There we go, that's looking better. One of the cards I want to get rid of is this one, so I don't have to actually play it. One of the other cards I want to get rid of so I don't actually have to play them. It's probably gonna be that one.
何をまだ足りない決断を深い暗闇へ切らねば影の中へ果てしない苦痛決断を深い暗闇へ深い暗闇へ戦うならこういうのが欲しかったんでしょ何をすまだ足りない呼びました流れを感じます
Okay, is there another card I want to get rid of because I don't actually want to play it? We could try the retain mealtime, getting rid of that one.
はい流れを感じますキラ容赦はしません呼びました流れを感じます深い暗闇へ
Yeah, this is looking a lot more deadly, no? Turn-wise. Ah, there we go. Was wondering if that thing was gonna bless us with a crit. Yeah, like, honestly, I don't have any intent to really, like, crazy look at the chat right now. Because I need to look at what exactly is happening in front of my eyes and how I want to deal with that situation. Like, if you're wondering if I see your messages or not, your messages exist. I just decide that I don't want to read them right now. Not in a rude way, but in a lot of thoughts in my head. I want to fix my own stuff kind of way. Huh? Like, even if you're giving me the best sage advice under the sun, I probably won't read it. Like, I'm currently looking, like, if you're wondering, how do you know if I'm looking at chat or the game? This is me looking at the game. This is me looking at chat, okay? Chat, game. Chat, game. Chat, game, okay? So if you're ever wondering, okay, does he even see my message? What is he doing right now? He is currently, in fact, at least somewhat locked in. Look at you. I mean, you see, now I'm aware of you. I see you, right? Like, I don't know if this team has any hope. Because I'm currently worried about what if we do make it to the boss. Then what, right? Like, what if we do go out of our way to hit the boss? Are we even going to be able to do more than tickle him? I don't know. And also, as you can see, we didn't have to delete as many cards. Because clearly, we have enough draw. And now we are overdrawing into nothing. But also, he's not putting these weird debuff cards into our deck as much. Okay, so it took us 3 turns this time to at least beat the hands. Woohoo! Let's go! Awesome! So much progress! So we went in, we beat the hands, we end the turn, and fuck all happens. Let's go! Hell yeah! Woo! Nice! Fantastic! Sweet! So we just did 3 turns for nothing. Let's go! Awesome! Wow! So motivating. But why? Isn't it like him getting like a 5-turn stun? Or is it a turn end stun? Yeah, exactly. Like what just happened there at the end? Like how did we end up in this situation? Right? Like what led to this? So we killed the hand. He's stunned. What is it? 106 damage. What is that? Where does that come from? Also, how much health does he have? 83,000? Even with him having 5 vulnerability stacks. I don't know if Lady Shizuru can do that. No, that's different. The Great Rift boss and the Hidden boss are different. The Great Rift boss version is different from the Hidden boss version. Like, the Hidden boss version is 5 stuns per hit down, whereas this Great Rift boss is 1 turn stun, 5 vulnerabilities. Meaning you just want a lot of cards to hit him with after you've done the... after you break... Like, you kill the hands and then you still want something to be able to do. Yeah, we are already out of bronze. Scam. Already scammed our way out of bronze. So, Serenia is obviously a no-brainer, but... I remember now. This deck was for Sporlea. This was a Sporlea deck that we cut down to 3 cards. Aha! Now it makes a lot more sense. Okay. Yeah, I haven't spent a single focus on trying to make like I haven't spent a single second trying to make like a Serenia deck work, but who knows? Maybe with the power of friendship and this Ray deck, we'll still be able to somehow pull through. The Ebony Lumen comes from events in the interior, yes. Okay, so I don't want this basic. I don't want this basic. You're fine, you're fine, you're right.
コバルト殲滅ターゲットロックコバルトライト殲滅殲滅殲滅殲滅殲滅流れを感じます
Okay, so now that we've deleted all of those, I don't need the Strike of Darkness.
戦うまだ足りない何をすまだ足りない戦う準備はできているまだ足りない何をす果てしない苦痛狙います殲滅殲滅コバルトウィング対ターゲットロックコバルトライト狙いますターゲットロックコバルトライト殲滅殲滅殲滅コバルトウィン殲滅狙います殲滅コバルト狙います殲滅殲滅殲滅コバルトウィンド
Okay, it should be fine. All the lasers should get wasted because we're breaking him.
ターゲットロックコバルトライト殲滅狙います殲滅殲滅コバルト殲滅狙います殲滅コバルト殲滅こういうのが欲しかったんでしょ呼びました流れを感じます戦うならいいよ全部飲み込んで
Agony Serenial, huh?
戦うなら足りない狙います殲滅コバルトウィング殲滅
Unfortunately, we don't have any card draw. Nor do we really have access to any. Which is a little sad. Should have just saved myself the card draw last turn. Oh well.
対象を集中攻撃します対象を集中攻撃します
That didn't even count as breaking him, but this should break him, hopefully. Yep. Alright, that's at least very satisfying. Alright, let's see. So we are once again at the same spot.
狙います。コバルトウィング待機。
Yeah, we need the move to hand at start of turn, so we don't need as much draw power. Yeah.
殲滅。コバルトウィング殲滅。殲滅。狙います。コバルトウィング待機中。狙います。殲滅。コバルトウィング待機中。
Hey!
敵でも
I don't even know what he discarded, I gotta be honest. He must have discarded something though.
コバルトライト。殲滅。狙います。殲滅。コバルト殲滅。狙います。殲滅。戦うまだ足りない。何をすまだ足りない。
Alright, so basically my deck is already way too contaminated, huh? That's what I'm getting from this. How dare they give me 3 contaminations?
殲滅。戦う。全部の
Yeah, alright, interesting. Very much interesting.
今日も安全です。
Alright, so what would I change if I could, would, shoulda, woulda, coulda, shoulda? How the fuck are we on gold? Oh well. Yay. Yay. Aww, cute. So, yeah, I guess it's time we actually farm a proper Serenial deck and we don't just use one for the memes. Unfortunately. Wait, then again. Yeah, no, he's already weak. Would be a bit of a waste. Yep. Why not testing phase 2 too? Because I don't want to. It's as easy as that. I don't want to. So, let's have a look. We get ourselves our Tiphera deck. We figured out that this boss is in fact, as you could have guessed, a bitch. So, Serenial. Serenial. What am I going to do with you to help me beat that boss? The easiest. I think we're going to go for preferably this one. On Ravager at the start of the turn, move to hand so we don't have to draw them. If that's not possible, we're going to go with the Destruction Homing Lasers. 3 copies or 4 copies, not entirely too sure, but at minimum 1 pay Shooting Star, maybe 2. Here we want obviously anything that does like big tenacity damage, maybe even the one where we break him and do more damage. This one can stay, this one needs to be the unique version. These basics are going to get cut. What else? Narja. This deck obviously no point in using it, we don't need the AP. The question is this deck too expensive? And if it is, should I rather just use this mix? You know what? I'm going to give it another attempt. We're just going to swap the Naja deck to this one. Yeah. Keep the same Ray deck and go time. In the future, will you make some content about meta teams, for example, with the new release combatants and such? Yeah. I'll obviously do like updated character guides and such, and those should include teams and whatnot.
狙います
That's a lot of draw.
はい
Very tasty turn 1. Okay, let's get rid of this.
呼びました流れを感じます
Let's get rid of this one. Okay, we unfortunately cannot eliminate the last pulse fire, but what we can instead do is get rid of this one.
何をすればいいの戦うじまだコバルト急速チャージシステム稼働狙います殲滅殲滅殲滅コバルトウィ殲滅狙いますコバルトウィング狙いますはっターゲットロックコバルトライトコバルトウィング待機地狙います殲滅コバルトウィング殲滅殲滅狙います殲滅殲滅殲滅殲滅何をす果てしない苦痛戦う準備はできているよ私に力を貸してコバルトウィ殲滅狙います対象を集中攻撃しますターゲットロックコバルトライトコバルトウィン殲滅殲滅殲滅殲滅狙います殲滅コバルトウィング狙います殲滅コバルトウィ殲滅狙います殲滅コバルトウィ殲滅狙いますコバルトウィン殲滅呼びました流れを感じます何をすまだ流れを感じます戦う準備果てしない苦痛何をす果てしない苦痛狙いますコバルトウィング殲滅狙います殲滅動きは大きいのが来るコバルトウィング対象を集中攻撃しますターゲットロックコバルトライト
Why did I only get 2 back? Oh, because it's the base version homing laser. So this shit does not move from... Yeah, it only moves from graveyard. That's another problem with these base version homing lasers.
これこそが箱舟守護局の技術力だ叩き全部の運搬
So many of those. How many of those are in my deck? That doesn't look too good.
戦う準備はできまだ足りない
What a rocket punch! What a rocket punch! Truly monumental business. Truly fantastic usage rate. I wouldn't know what to do without it. Big fan, big fan. That one was, it was truly something special. It really showed us how it's done.
後ろに私がいるってこと忘れないでね。
Hind didn't die from agony. No, no, no. Every time you retry, you land back at the very beginning. It's always been this way. Yeah, it was Rocket Punch deciding that now is its time and it has to trigger, and that's what happened.
流れを感じます。
Alright, let's see how many of these we can eliminate. I don't want this one. Perfect.
流れを感じます。
I do not want this one. Nice.
はい、流れを感じます。
I don't want this pulse fire. Sweet.
呼びました。流れを感じます。
And I don't want this strike of darkness. No, great. Okay, now what? Huh.
コバルトウィン殲滅殲滅。 殲滅狙います殲滅コバルト急速チャージシステム稼働。何を果てしない苦痛戦う果てしない苦痛何をすまない足りない。
At least we got them out of our deck.
これこそが箱舟守護局の技術。
Alright. So now that we have this out of the way, what are we doing?
ターゲットロックコバルトライト
Awesome.
ターゲットロックコバルトライト
Rawr. He's very angry, not very happy.
コバルト殲滅狙います殲滅コバルト殲滅狙います殲滅コバルト殲滅狙います殲滅コバルトウィング
Ah, solo break. You don't say.
殲滅何をすればいい全部飲み込むコバルトウィング対象を集中攻撃対象を集中攻撃しますターゲットロックコバルトライト狙い殲滅殲滅殲滅殲滅殲滅コバルト殲滅狙いますコバルト殲滅狙います殲滅コバルトウィング狙います殲滅
Okay.
戦うまだはーい流れを感じますすればいい果てしない苦痛コバルトウィング待機中殲滅狙います戦う準備はできているよ私に力を貸してコバルトウィン殲滅殲滅狙います何をすればいいのコバルトウィング待機中叩きいい全部飲み込む狙います
1,400? I've seen better than that.
殲滅ターゲットロックコバルトライトコバルト殲滅殲滅殲滅殲滅殲滅殲滅
Okay. Let's see if we can get back to where we were before turn 5 again.
狙います。コバルトウィン殲滅。何をすまだ戦う果てしない苦痛。何をすまだ戦う準備。
Yeah, our draws should be pretty smooth like right now.
何をする果てしない苦痛。
Yeah.
狙います。
That's annoying.
殲滅。
Our decks are now no longer smooth.
狙います。コバルトウィング。
Our next turn is going to be absolute ass
コバルトライト。
in terms of the draw experience.
ターゲットロック。コバルトライト。
Never mind. Indeed. Never mind.
殲滅。
Why the fuck does this hand have 23 stacks? That doesn't sound like too good of an idea.
コバルトウィン殲滅。狙います。殲滅。コバルト
Solo break? Not quite.
狙います。戦う準備はできているよ。何をすればいい。私に力を貸して。戦いいよ。全部飲み込み。コバルトウィング待機中。殲滅。対象を集中攻撃。対象を集中攻撃します。ターゲットロック。コバルトライト。殲滅。殲滅。殲滅。殲滅。殲滅。殲滅。狙います。コバルトウィング殲滅。
Okay. I told you that turn was gonna be absolutely horrific. Oh fuck no. Yeah.
こういうのが欲しかったんでしょ。狙います。殲滅。殲滅。
How do we stop that from happening? I think that's a very important question, right? How do we stop that from happening to us?
忘れないでね。
I mean, we did kill the left hand first, didn't we? Create contamination card, draw pile for each fury. Oh, that's what you mean. Oh. Yeah, okay, yeah, no, I'm in the wrong. Yeah. See, for me, it's his left hand, but obviously right? Yep. Yeah, I don't think I can kill that shit in 6 actions though. Like, I mean, it's great, right? Creates contamination, but then again, he doesn't gain fury, right? And the other arm gains fury. Oh! So, it's been that simple all along, huh? Let's see if this changes anything in the grand scheme of things.
呼びましたか。流れを感じます。流れを感じます。狙います。急速チャージシステム稼働。何をする果てしない苦痛。戦うじまだ足りない。何をすればいいの。果てしない苦痛。コバルトウィング殲滅。戦う果てしない苦痛。呼びました。流れを感じます。流れを感じます。何をすればいいの。私に力を貸して。戦う果てしない苦痛。何をすまだ足りない。
Come on, you know what I'm looking for? Hey! You don't see what I'm doing, but I was looking for Pico and I had to do ego refreshes for like 10 years for that to actually happen. Alright, so let's see. Yeah, exactly. If you're trying to just use buffers to kill him, yeah, you probably run into a problem of not having enough cards, yeah. That seems to make a lot of sense. Alright, let's see what we cost reduce. Okay. See, the magic trick in the beginning is just to attack nobody. Because if you attack nobody, then how are they going to get any stacks? You heard it here first, gentlemen.
戦う準備は私に力を貸して狙います殲滅コバルトウィング待機中殲滅狙います殲滅コバルトウィング殲滅ターゲットロックコバルトライト狙います殲滅殲滅コバルトウィン殲滅狙い殲滅コバルト殲滅
We should be fine hitting the other hand here. It doesn't make a difference, we don't break anyway. I mean we're getting our full refresh. So I can just play the action slightly differently. Like my idea is it's great that the hand gets stacks, but so long as we kill the hand before before it can use the stacks next turn, that should be fine, I think. And if not, we can just now use the time to make sure that other hand stays very much dead. Not even going to give it a chance to activate. And this should hopefully not be enough damage to kill the hand. But leave it in a semi-comfortable spot. Ah shit, this was enough to break him, eh? Oh well. This looks manageable, doesn't it? Maybe not quite, but close. We should have done ego skill redraw. You know, there's not too much to draw anyway, so I guess it wouldn't have changed much. So then that means for the next turn, we'd have to kill both hands in one turn and hit him for 11,000. I doubt it. So, easy solution. Get yourself a better fucking deck than this Serennial deck, right? Like, as funny as it looks, not only do we have lower base damage and lower afterglow output, this shit also does not go into our hand unless it's in the graveyard. And 6 agony, I couldn't care less. 2 pulse fires in here are a magnificent waste. And the rest is alright. But we think are pretty close. See, I don't care about a one-turn kill. I've seen other people use Selena. I've been one of the inventors of follow-up Selena before even the first Great Rift, right? Like, it's not like I've never heard of Selena before. It's just I don't care. Right? Like, I'm really not too bothered with it. I'll find a funky way to deal with the boss. So long as I beat him in 5 turns, it works the same way as if I were to beat him in 1 turn. So, yeah, I'm just gonna have fun with it. I'm going to do it my way, like Frank Sinatra would have said. And yeah, that's my Great Rift look. Huh? It's going to work somehow. Yeah, Selena follow-ups for Serenial are pretty damn good. Exactly, don't try to teach me the old magic. I was there when it was written. Indeed. Especially if we can make a follow-up Selena. Especially if we can make a follow-up Selena based on the new extra attack damage arena gear, right? And that's just all the other like save data got deleted. All the other save data got deleted because of what is it? The BP threshold, like TB threshold. Am I going to review the stream questions? See, the thing is, the problem is I don't have Discord instantly open. So if you want me to have a look at that, you can just tell me that you sent me a question in there, and then I'll have a look. So somebody asked what is the best pizza topping, and it's obviously cheese, right? Regardless of what you want to say, it's between cheese and tomato sauce. Anything else isn't even in the conversation, because otherwise it's not a pizza. Yeah, but no, if you wanted to know, I prefer like a margarita, so there's just straight cheese, or pepperoni. Yeah, just basic but classic. Mixed feelings about this deck. Would you think this is a Karen or Shizuru deck more? Maybe even Renoa Rin, not use them much. 1 basic, 100% basic damage, no epiphany on the card, 40% void, select 2 to exhaust, 1 AP, for 1 turn void attack damage, morale. Yeah, I don't know, it's definitely a lot more synergistic with the Keiron than it is with the Shizuru. How can I upgrade my deck? Because I can't clear first half of Great Rift on turn 1 due to lag damage. If you're struggling with beating the Great Rift on turn 1, then just beat it on turn 2. And if turn 2 doesn't work, beat it on turn 3. And hey, hear me out. If turn 3 doesn't work, how about you beat it on turn 4? And you know what? If turn 4 doesn't work, just beat it on turn 5. And then if you don't care about your final ranking, beat it on turn 6. But I would recommend trying to beat it in 5 turns or less. What dual creation would be the best here? Activate 3 cards in draw pile, draw one of them 1 AP. What am I running with at the moment with Yuki Tiphera? Pretty comfy but pretty basic. You need to start cutting basics. Yeah. What you need to do is you need to start getting rid of these first 3 cards in every character's deck. That is how you're going to take your decks from, oh, that's pretty good, to the baseline. Alright. Best Magna builds. Best Magna builds. Honestly, anything counter focused should be fun, but we don't really know how mega valid it is. Yeah. Like, The idea behind cutting out basics is you don't have to draw them, right? Basics in 99.9% cases, besides Magna, besides Mei Lin, because she's the only one that keeps them, they just clog up your deck. It's the idea of, okay, let's say you draw the basic, what are you gonna do with it? You play it, but it just takes away a spot in your hand. So if your character doesn't have any basics, you increase the value of what you can draw into. Every draw becomes a lot more valuable. Yeah. Alright. I think this is it for today. We took a little bit of a whiff of Great Rift. We've made it into the top 34%. We are chilling currently in Gold 1. Yeah. We'll do more tomorrow. That's the idea. Yeah, there's a lot of turn 1 kills, definitely. What do I think of the Tiphera deck from number 2 on the leaderboard? Let's have a look. I think we reviewed them earlier already. Christina. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. Like, honestly, it having 600% or what like 630% or whatever it has in base damage with the multiplicative from the divine going up to 900%. It is pretty cool, and you should be able to reliably get this down to 0 cost, making this a 900% defense-based damage nuke at 0 cost. Like, look at Hue Extreme, for example. 360, 430, 500, 600. It is pretty much, without any real work, 3 level 4 Hues. 3 level 4 Hues at 0 cost. Right? The only slight issue with this would be having to draw them, but this is where the true neutral draw. See the importance here is this repose helps you draw out all other cards, right? Like all other combatant cards reduce the cost, pretty nice. But this Kowalski has neutral draw, meaning this Kowalski can be used to draw more reposes, because that is something where you can sometimes be getting stuck in, and that is why Veronica is pretty great at drawing everybody else's cards. You still have to draw the reposes in the first place. So this is where a card that can then hypothetically draw repose comes in, and yeah, and then you just have some very short decks with big Hue Extreme. His Tiphera should be E6, right? We can check that right. We can check that pretty easily. Yep. He has an at minimum E5 Tiphera. Because otherwise you don't get to 900% base damage, you only get to 858 instead. So yeah. Because then the math is gonna be something closer to, the math would be something closer to 660, right? Let's see. Yeah. 660 times, I think, 1.06. And then, yeah, 1.06, and then this entire thing times 1.3. Yeah, so pretty much that. You get to around 699 instead of 660, because you're adding 6%, and that's how you get to 900. Oh yeah, no, minus max potential. Obviously that's what I'm comparing, right? That'd be pretty stupid if I had a non-max potential, right? Like, that'd be pretty stupid if I had a non-max potential and tried to see if he does or doesn't have it. So this is what happens, right? With the E6, you go from level 10 to level 13, so you get an additional 6%, right? Here it's 2% per, so you go up to 26% instead of 20, which you can see, for example, right here, 26%. And the 26... Oh, wait. My math was a little off. The 1.3 is from the divine. Let me actually show you how to properly calculate this. So... yeah. So the way you actually properly get to his number is 600% is the base. And everybody usually has a 1.2 multiplier from potential, right? 600, 1.2. Wait, not quite. The base can't be... Wait, let me think here. Let me think. No, the base can't be, so it's 20%. So what is the base if whatever the hell plus 20% is 660? Because that would be plus 10%. Let's have a look. I wonder if you can just reverse this. So let's say 660 times 0.8. No, that doesn't make... this was divided by... Yeah, okay, and then let's say 528 is the base value. And this you multiply by 1.26, which should be the potential modifier. Which brings you to 665. And then 665 times 1.3 is 864. Not quite, not quite. What is the base value of this card? Right? Like, if the card times 1.2 is 660, what times what is what times 1.2 is 660? That's what we need to know. X 550. Yeah, no? Yeah, because it's 20%, so it needs to be 550, yeah. Would make sense. Because 550 and then you have 20%, which would be 110, 550 plus 110. Okay. Then let's do it for the final time, right? If you have 550 in your hypothetical, and then you multiply that by 1.26, you get 693, and 693 times 1.3 brings us to 909. Woo! So yeah, no. The simple answer would have been we don't need to prove this with math, but at least now you know how it works. But yeah. That's why the Divine is so good, because it's a final base damage multiplier. The entire reason why the buy 30% is so great is because it's a final base damage multiplier. And for those of you that haven't heard about it yet, that don't know about it, it goes kind of insane on Chiron. Now, oh, you know what? Holy shit, is this my time? Is this my time to use my tickets? But no, here. If I were to use a ticket on this, and if I were to move it over to this one, right? The way this works is you have 40% and then plus 30 every time you create a futility. So it goes 40, 70, 100. The thing is, a damage divine actually multiplies base damage plus additive damage. So for example, instead of it being 30% of 40, which is, I don't know, like 13 or some bullshit. So instead of it being only 13%, it takes, let's say after 2 futilities, it takes this 30, puts them in there, so it's 100, and then it times it by 30 to 130, giving it 30 instead of just a 13, and it keeps rolling. right? It keeps rolling. But the black hole has more multiplier. Yes, it has more base multiplier, but it also gets plus 60 for each exhausted, where here, at the end of the day, you're still getting pretty much a very similar result, where here you just start lower, but you also get 30 for each futility created, and created means it still gets a bonus without even having to be exhausted, right? So this one scales at basically the same rate as the black hole. So what is the 1.26 for? That's potential. So the way it works is you take your character's base value of the card, and then, so for example, super simple breakdown. If you go to a 9 that has no potential, then her hue extreme at its final version is going to do 1200%, 1000%, right? So hue at base for every character is going to do 1000%. Then if you upgrade the potential, it's going to be 2% each. So at level 10, it's going to be 20%, making it 1.2. But because of the fact that my guy has E5 plus Tiphera, instead of a 1.2, it's a 1.26 multiplier. Right? If you go to any character, like for example, this is also the fun part about 4 stars, and that is 4 stars in fact actually get a upwards of 1.32 multiplier instead of just 1.26, because they get it at plus 3, no, at plus 3 and plus 5, plus 2 at plus 5, plus 4 and plus 5. I don't know, but 4 stars get it twice, right? Let's have a look. What was it again? Yeah, plus 3 and plus 5 is where you get this extra percentage, which means hypothetically every 4 star gets a 1.32x multiplier to their base values. Does it apply to Harris Anchor? Yes, it applies to everything. It applies to everything. So for example, if you had a Haru, and you had a Haru with Manifest Ego 5, then that would mean that one of your anchors would have its damage, like for example this one here, would go from 400% instead of a 1.2, which would be 480, it actually goes to 1.26, which would be I think 500%. Yeah. Yeah, but we're poor, and that's why usually you have 1.2. Yes. Alright. So, yeah, I think that's it. I hope you learned something. I hope the math was mathing in your head. I hope you walked away smarter than what you walked into here or something. Been a pleasure. And yeah, we see each other in the next one. Peace!